wow, I don't know if they were sat together with him.
Yeah, don't worry, all the walk can be seen perfect from the family times. So, Coach Norm has something to make sure. But you want the. Okay.
When there's a flip the next few months, and I'm like, let's.
Okay, I will, yeah,
1, 2.
I was gonna initiate, really appreciate all the parties. Maybe, so I will sort of get that up like this next week. Could you just send those reports to Kristen?
Sure.
She's waiting for them.
All right. It is 2:00. This is our Finance Budget Committee workshop where we're meeting with half of the departments today and then the other half of departments tomorrow. Tomorrow we will be starting at 8:00, I believe. And so we're just gonna jump right in, but before we get started, I think it's just important, as we go through this process to make sure everybody knows that at our workshop last week, the council reasserted our commitment to our less than 5% net budget, which means there's work to be done to try and get there. And so we're really going to need help and guidance from staff to figure out how we can get there this year. I think we all appreciate what was proposed was a very modest budget that in a standard year would be an amazing starting point and it still is an amazing starting point, but with that goal in mind, we really just need to make sure we partner together to find where there's opportunities to move things around, defer things, potentially fund things maybe with reserves and things that we haven't explored yet. So it's not about cutting, in my opinion, it's about making choices based on that goal and making sure that we can find items that the committee, after these 2 sessions, can go back, deliberate, prioritize, and hopefully come back to the full council with a recommendation in terms of how we can get to our goal. So really appreciate all the work that all staff has done up to this point. I don't think the questions we're going to ask are intended to challenge or have gotchas or anything. It's really intended to understand, but also to look together to see where there might be some wiggle room. So I just wanted to open with that. I don't know if Councilor Shoup or Councilor Cushing, if there's anything you want to add before we jump in.
Of course. I have actually read most of this stuff, and I've had the opportunity to observe the collective, all of you who is only represented by Autumn-Lee and Tom here, and the school presentations. And the thing that I come away from it personally is it's really very difficult for me to second guess a lot of the good work that you've done. So my question is really going to be about, given the fact that you gave it your best effort, where do you think you can do better to get us to that goal? And I say that my career, I learned to do eye surgery so that I never did it. Okay. So I could be effective when dealing with budgetary requests from surgeons who like toys. Okay, I don't expect that I want to become a public works professional or an IT pro, or frankly, to apply knowledge that I may have in various areas because I have some experience there and let other people get a pass because I'm not quite so smart over there. So I think I'm sort of echoing what John says, is that to me, there's a distinction between a goal, a guideline, and a suggestion. And I think that we did have enough information to set a reasonable goal under the circumstances. And I would very much like to see us get there. And I would like to see us get there through a collaboration on the town side and the school side with some degree of proportionality.
Councilor Shoup?
Sure.
So I think on my mind, just the reevaluation is definitely forefront on my mind. And so I think along with what Councilor Anderson was saying, there are questions if there's certain things that we can defer at certain points. But I think also part of what I want to do is just show the taxpayers what we are putting into the budget and why. So I think just maybe a little bit more deep diving into the things that actually are on the budget and why they're on here and why this is part of it.
Great. So with that, Autumn, you're the guinea pig. You're first up.
That's okay. Thank you. So Liam got us a new toy and it works great. So I'm.
How much does that cost?
Do what?
How much does it cost?
It's not mine.
I'm kidding.
That's IT. That's at 4:30. So, Sure. So basically, I just wanted to give you this, it's just a department overview. We have 7 full-time employees in the planning and code department and then 1 part-time that we have vacant right now. These are all the things that we do. So we are the liaisons for many boards, the planning board, zoning board of appeals, long range. We also serve on the Conservation Commission, Sustainability and Transportation Committee. So all development review comes through us, all building permits, inspections. Myself and my staff, we administer the zoning ordinance, the floodplain management ordinance, the shoreland zoning, and the rate of growth ordinance. So we're pretty busy, and that is the substantial bulk of our budget is personnel. And that's why I think it's important to understand the things that we do. Now, you can click. That's pretty easy. So these are the highlights for 2024 that I wanted to include. We did get approval in our last year's CIP for the planning office, and I'm happy to say that that's complete and functioning really well. We have 2 counters. We have a dedicated meeting space that was really important to me to be able to have for us. It's really helped, I think. Our employees are happier, their space, everyone has windows, everyone has a nice personalized space. It's been a really good move. We also, I thought we were under contract. We're not quite yet. I'm gonna pick on IT some more. We're getting really close to getting our software implemented with a go live date of January 1. So that is gonna be a really positive impact for our customers. Everything can be submitted online. We will hopefully be able to reduce our requirements to hold on to paper submittals, which is one of my budget items that is doubling. It's still a very small amount, but it's because of storage fees for the paper. The state of Maine requires if you accept it in paper, you have to keep it in paper. So, and we're really excited about being able to also expand town services that will show up in other budget line items with that software. So that's just something we've done with our CIP in the past.
That law was sponsored by the pulp and paper industry.
Yes. So we're also right now, our open space master plan is kicked off. May 7th is our first meeting for that. We're pretty excited about that. Again, this is an FY 2024 CIP. And then the vulnerability plan will kick off probably that 2nd week in May as well. So those will both wrap up next year. But underway and really good work and very appreciative of the approval of those items in our budget. So I included this information. There's a few slides that are snapshots that are very much like what you see with our annual report. And it's just a snapshot of where we are as of March 31st. So our building permits issued are down overall. The cost of construction, this one obviously is down as well. And then the final one, our housing starts are down a bit as well. So we have seen a decrease overall in our building permits and our housing starts. So I just wanted to put that out there so you have some framework.
I just want to point out that these, all 3 graphs are set up such that the most recent year is to the left. Many times you'll see it
Oh,
kind of
sure.
progress out to the right, just.
One looking behind me. I even with glasses.
So how, do you see some of the trends going down for this in particular being resultant of our growth management policy, or do you think it's just the typical building cycle of?
I
things
think
going on in
it's
town?
the typical building cycle. The cost of construction is really impacted by commercial development.
Mhm.
The housing starts, it's really all about I call them paper lots. It's the amount of lots that you have available to build on. We're closing out. Layton Farms is done. Dunston is kind of wrapping up. Eastern Villages. So we don't have any big subdivisions with a substantial number of lots left.
Mhm.
So once I see one of those, then I'll have a different outlook. But right now, we have the Downs and they have substantial multifamily. They have the next slide is about rate of growth permits.
Mhm.
Which is different from housing starts because it can be completely off cycle. But I think we will continue to see the housing starts sort of flat for the time being and unless something else really significant happens.
Mhm.
But I don't necessarily, it's a little, I would say the word is out that we're limiting growth, but I don't know necessarily if the number of permits that we are allowing is what's limiting it, if that's fair.
Yep.
So the next slide, the green are the available rate of growth permits that we have left right now. So we are out in area 1. So we don't have, that's only 25 a year and it reallocates on July 1st. So we're out of those. We have 142 left in area 2, and then we have 202 left in the CPD. And those 2 areas are through June 30th, 2026.
These sort of use it or lose it, or do they accumulate? So when you refresh the next year, I guess it would be July. Does that mean that the middle bar is going to be twice as high as?
No. So the way it works is area 1 is on an annual basis. So every year on July 1st, there's 25 allowed. So that is the lose it or use it. So if we have 2 left at the end of that, we won't keep those. We'll just get 25. But area 2 and area 3 are based on a 3-year cycle. So it's a total number. So there's 210 allowed for area 2 and then 400 for area 3. And so those still have some time. But then those, the way the rate of growth ordinance is written, those will reestablish on that day as well, unless council does something different.
They'll go to zero.
No, the recharge
They'll recharge at the
to those same
3-year
amounts.
to the same amount.
Right.
Right.
They won't include last
Right,
year.
no, right. Those will go away. Yeah. This is a historical overview of our cost, and you can see that the majority of our expenditures are on personnel, the dark blue on the bottom. Little bit on contracted services, and that's postage and legal attorney review fees, things like of that nature. And then really very minimal for the other items.
I think it's important to note last year, it was your first year doing the budget, I think, right? And
Mm-hmm.
you were able to find a lot of savings. And so it went down, planning overall went down last year. right?
It's because engineering came out,
Oh, okay.
but I'd love to take.
No, you can take credit
Yes.
for it. Yeah.
Angela's not here yet, right?
No, she is.
Yeah, no, it was because engineering was so great, so that's the big difference. And then next is our overview for 2025. So I think we're overall at a 5.3% increase. Our budget reductions, I took new equipment down from 10,000 to 5,000. Our increases over 5% are personnel and benefits. And then the offsite storage fees, that again, as I mentioned, that's doubled from 1,000 to 2,000 a year. We pay that on a monthly basis. Postage and advertisements, those are really out of our control. And then vehicle fuel. So those are the things that are going up a bit. And again, as I mentioned, they're driven by, there is a little bit of money probably in my legal review fees. I have not used as much this year as I have in the past budgets. And I think that's probably a place that we could easily make up that 2 to 3% difference. I think it's at 35,000, so that could probably come down to 30,000, and make my budget a non-discussion item. So the next slides I have included are really about council goals, and some of these don't have to do necessarily with the budget, but I thought it would be a good time to speak to them. So growth and development, updating the impact fees, that's a council goal, and we are currently working on that in our department. And then limiting the expansion of growth initiatives outside of existing permanent land use. That's of course the rate of growth ordinance. So that's always ongoing. And then for conservation sustainability, we have the goal for 30 by 30. Of course, I already mentioned the open space master plan. We did in this past year change conservation meeting dates so we could try to better align with the planning board. We're still working through that process, but I think it's a positive move. And then we were also able to, through our development process, obtain 5 acres for Scarborough Land Trust. And that's without just negotiations and kind of talking to people when they come in. For the climate action plan, the vulnerability assessment that will be complete next year will roll into that. So that's what we're doing for those goals. For traffic and transportation, these are both for current year. These are my two CIP items. The North Scarborough Running Hill Master Plan. I've requested $100,000. This is a plan that we've spoken about in long range, that we really need to take a look at specific areas of town. And we've called them villages in other areas, but North Scarborough really is, I think, a bit larger in scope, because it includes the Running Hill area, and then it could actually include Eight Corners and all of the property that we have zoned for commercial. But the timing, now with the Gorham connector and then the zoning that we have in place, it's really important to get in front of that before other people come to you and tell you what they want to do. It's important for the community to be able to know exactly what they want to happen there. So that's why I've included that in this year's CIP.
That item. So, but how would this be impacted if the Gorham connector was put on hold or eliminated, rethought out in terms of your immediate plans?
I think if the Gorham connector was taken out, we could reduce the scale and really narrow it down. If the Gorham connector is removed, we really need to look at Running Hill area and then the B2 area more concisely and figure out what we want to do with that.
So
I think it still would be relative.
this number would apply to that general problem.
Mhm.
Okay.
A couple questions about that as well. You had said currently the zoning, what is the zoning out there? Is it all scattered?
The majority of it is rural farming, except in North Scarborough, there's a little bit of a TVC area. And then the Running Hill area, there's Running Hill and Running Hill 2. And that allows for quite a bit of density and different uses, but it's all dependent on sewer. And that's west of the turnpike.
And then the Eight Corners area is pretty intensive, B2
Yep.
commercial zoning.
Well, and I guess I didn't know if this was in response specifically to the Gorham connector. Because I just know there is wavering support and.
Sure.
And so, I just didn't know if this was specifically like the Gorham connector's coming, so we need to study over there, because when I hear rural farm, I mean, what dangerous things can happen in rural farm while we wait for Gorham connector's eventual verdict?
Well, from a planning perspective, the dangers that can happen is, say, a developer, someone comes in and buys up land, and then once the connector is in place, then they want to do something different. I've seen that happen. We have, through the long range planning process, we've been working on architecture and site layout. And we've spent almost a year doing it, and we keep going back and forth, and we've decided that the way to do it is village by village. And so this North Scarborough and then the Eight Corners was always part of the village thought out. And then for this year, I just moved it up to the forefront. So you'll see in my CIP request for the next few years, I have other villages still. So I just rearranged it because of the Gorham connector. It could easily be rearranged again, depending on that as well. But I think it's just an area we need to really take a look at.
Well, and I guess if we don't know, it's how can you decide what you're doing
Sure.
out there, I guess is my next just comment.
I do know the neighboring communities have substantial plans too. So just being able to coordinate with them and making sure that all of it works together. So that's part of
Yeah,
it.
Gorham's designated South Gorham, that area on 114 approaching the where their bypass ends currently, the rotary as a growth area. So I think there's some value in understanding what they're doing as our neighbor and how that may or may not affect us. But to your point, if the Gorham connector is delayed or scrapped altogether, I do think we do need to look at the Running Hill Road area and the Payne Road corridor, Eight Corners, if you will, because they're under current zoning. There's a lot of fairly intense, dense and commercial development that can occur.
Right next to rural farming.
Right.
So
Right.
Autumn, for this one in particular, the one thing for both you and Angela that I'm always like struck by
Mhm.
is how much you guys have on your plate and how little staff you have.
Mhm.
And so knowing that you have all those other things that you had shared that you're still working on, when would you actually get to this? Is this something that would be end of 25 so that if we were to say, let's fund it in 26, because of timing, it would, like, to me, this feels like one of those things that timing wise, if we put it in 26 instead of 25, would give you guys a little bit of breathing room to do the great work that's already underway. Still not necessarily significantly delay any work, but just kind of give us a little bit of space and breathing in the budget, because this is appropriated. It's not bonded, so this is direct impact to taxpayer to the bottom line. And so I look at this as one item that should go in our deliberation of if we need to hit a goal due to timing, due to just the volume of projects and things. This feels like it could be moved to 26 with very little impact.
I think if that's what you all decide, that'd be fine. We wouldn't get started. We'd probably do an RFP next summer. So it would be at the end of 2025 when it got started anyway, so.
Can we do RFPs without the funding, or is that?
It's really frowned upon. I think the consulting community,
That's
you know, don't want their time
It was a
wasted.
dumb question,
Sure.
but.
And they won't reveal their cards unless they know that there's viability.
Okay.
So the next CIP request I have for 2025 is a match. So we have been awarded 40,000 from GP Cog for our complete streets guide manual and actually creating the toolbox, if you will. Like we have a policy, but this will actually create the sections and how you do rural versus urban sections. And then in communications with them, we can make that a bigger project and do our I'm trying to say, the traffic calming measures that we're looking at. So it would be a bulked together project. So this is a match. And this funding source is from the downtown TIF revenues. And that is all I have.
Any questions for Autumn or feedback, thoughts?
I just have one more about the streets guidance manual. When I first look at it, it's a lot of money for a book. You know, and at the same time, what I hear from lots of people, sidewalks, bike trails, that sort of thing. Could you connect those two dots for me as how this
Sure.
manual facilitates that goal? I'm sure it does, but I just would,
Well,
somebody asked me about it, I'd like to be able to explain it to them.
sure. So right now in our site design standards, we don't even technically require sidewalks everywhere. So that's going to be coming before you in a couple of months through the long range planning ordinance process. So once we say, yes, thou shalt build sidewalks, even if they go nowhere, and even if you might have to pay a fee in lieu instead for really different cases, this tells you how to do it. And it gives you that look of what we want the community to look like. And so there are different areas. Route 1, with riddled in our ordinances are different streetscape requirements for depth.
Mhm.
So some require 10 feet, some areas require 30 feet. You can drive down Route 1 and see the inconsistencies. And this toolkit allows us to take or a consultant, another group, to take a look at what we actually want and what's appropriate in certain areas. And then we can define that on a map. So when you come in through the development process, it's not a negotiation with Angela and I, or whoever is at the table then. It is, this is how the sidewalk is constructed, and this is where we're going long-term. So this enables the ordinance language to really be effective in how the community gets built out.
Makes much sense. Thanks.
Well, and you got funding for it, so this must be something that other towns and
Right.
places are doing. I don't really have any specific questions. I really had questions about the Running Hill Master Plan, and I am somewhat in agreement with John with just, I think it's a tricky year, so we do question if it's covered.
Sure.
Any other questions, Councilor Cushing? Let's see those. No, I mean, I think Autumn, like, in my opinion, I feel like your operating budget feels like a fair request. It's just right. And if you can, like Councilor Cushing said, do a little scrubbing to see if there's 5K here, 10K there that you can put forward to help us hit our goal, I think that would be great. What I captured from this conversation was maybe just those two items, like if there is a minor contribution you can make, plus the Running Hill Road piece. And again, when we get into our full deliberation, I think we can capture all these things today, look at them all holistically, and then kind of make some suggestions and pull staff back in if we have further questions.
Well, maybe. I have a different thought. Tom, you're gonna sit through this whole thing.
Yeah.
Suffer through it,
Mhm.
be in that chair for a long time. And you really have the responsibility and the perspective of sort of looking at all of this. So one of the things that it would seem to me is that we just do what we do now.
Mhm.
You kind of keep score and then maybe meet with your team and come back and
Sure.
see how you can sort that out, which
Yeah.
would avoid us having a
Mhm.
discussion
Sure.
ad nauseum on topics that we could make poor choices.
It's certainly helpful if you flag items that,
Yeah.
that are for potential consideration. We'll certainly keep track of this and I can circle back to you. Having said that, I think it's really important that if you're willing is to listen to the request and understand it.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
after the fact, you can evaluate whether this is the year or we can't do it or let's go.
But what I'm trying to do is defer to you and your team's best judgment to some extent after hearing our problems, concerns, and challenges. I'm not suggesting that
Mhm.
we stop listening or stop asking hard questions. I just am trying to think about how what we could at least hear as one perspective is this is our best path to sort of getting to where you want to go.
Yes.
Great.
Well done. Yep.
All right, thank you, Autumn. Next up is Angela. We're on time. Yeah.
Right?
Oh. Okay.
Enjoy your own slides.
Oh, great.
Mhm.
All right, so this is engineering and technical services. And so just giving a brief overview of our department, we are a very small but mighty department, as you can see. Myself, I have an engineering tech, sustainability manager, and the GS administrator. So we do have a lot on our plate. We're extremely busy, but we have a really good team and they do a lot of work, get a lot done for the town. We
But
were.
Just
yeah.
for the new members, and I
Yeah.
think you saw a bit of it in Autumn's presentation. Historically, engineering was reflected in the planning budget. And I believe 3 years ago, we
Yeah.
broke it out and she pulled with her the technical pieces that are essentially already existed somewhere else in the budget. And we've aligned them, I think, with much more clarity in terms of that technical support.
Yeah, it was helpful. I kind of had one foot in planning, one foot in public works, and then trying to manage different pieces and then also trying to collaborate with all the departments at the time. We were noticing like when I was part of the process to building the public safety building and there's other things. So I was like working a lot with police, fire, community services. So it was a little hard to kind of pull out the technical pieces. And so when they're in multiple departments. And so this made it a little cleaner. So we made that transition, but not during the budget cycle. And so that's why last year you saw for the first time the engineering and technical services department.
Mhm.
We cover, as I said, most of the technical pieces and the design work, overseeing a lot of our compliance for federal and state permitting. Also natural resources and environmental related projects and including the piping plover program. And like I said, we work extremely close still with planning and public works. However, we're in communication with all the departments and their needs as we kind of go through any of their initiatives. For the 24 budget, just overview too, looking at it, that's again, when was our first year. We focus a lot on compliance, transportation related, sustainability, and environmental initiatives, all of our GIS implementation, and that's really about asset management. We have to know what we have in order to know what we need or where our condition of some of our infrastructure lies that might see coming, kind of being a little proactive and seeing those. So I think GIS sometimes gets overlooked as just something like, do we really need it? What does that give us? it gives us a lot of information that all the departments utilize. And so it's really integral to keep that updated and knowing what we actually own and what we're maintaining. And then obviously with the growth in town, our construction oversight and development review on the technical side of things is pretty busy. And I'll have a slide later on to talk about what we do with that. And then as far as just community benefit, we also field a lot of phone calls when it comes to just concerns. I see somebody in this wetland area, I see somebody cutting down trees, any of those resource protection kind of things, we usually get those calls as well as people talking about flooding in their backyard or even traffic calming. It's been a recent. So as you can see, I went left to right.
Okay, a lot about autumn, in fact, she went right to that.
But yeah, as the years have progressed, you can see our activity on these are active construction sites. These are, people are moving earth, doing activities. There is a lot of oversight that is needed. And while there's trust with development and contractors in town, there is also needs to be verified. And a lot of that documentation is required because of our federal permitting. But on top of that, it's good to have eyes on the ground. DEP really looks at us locally to say, yes, we're oversight for the greater state, like their permits, but even for the state permits, they look at us as being, well, you guys should know what's going on. And so we really need to be on those sites. And then after construction is all done and people are moving into apartment buildings or businesses into their commercial space, there is a post-construction piece of it. So that gets a little steadier, as you can see, but it's still on the incline. And so that is annual reporting. That's us tracking that everyone is maintaining what they built. So all the water quality treatment and water quantity, making sure they're controlling the flows from their site. That's all things that my department would then oversee that too. And then we report all of that to DEP on an annual basis. This is the historic overview, and I'll have the 2 years, but you can see our heaviest is our personnel cost and then contracted services. Because we do have the small department, small numbers, we do contract out a lot for engineering services and other resources and have to kind of coordinate those and pull those all together. So my 25 budget, I don't know if I can see the bottom. So obviously the increases are really in red. It's really our salary because of the number of, because we are heavy in the personnel side of things. Contracted services and engineering services are the two items I know we had questions on in the frequently asked questions and talking about what those increases are. I kind of wanted to put it in perspective that the 24% increase it's $12,500. And that is one that is specifically our specific contracts that are going up. So those are, we do an interlocal stormwater working group, which is our public outreach and education piece of our federal permitting. We do that as a regional entity from the municipalities from Biddeford to Kittery and Cape Elizabeth out to Wyndham. We work as a 14 community group. We all contribute that same amount every year to that pot so that those a lot of the pieces are kind of checked off for us because they make sense to do, say, education and outreach more as a regional approach rather than us doing something in Saco and Gorham doing the same identical pieces. And I can get into more any of these that you want to. The engineering services one is one that half of it was looking at really some underfunding in past years, looking at, I'm tending to go right up against that ceiling. And while last year was the exercise of me pulling those out of all the departments, between planning, public works, and even some other community services, trying to stay apples to apples, so that it was easier to equate that. So I really was trying to keep it as a level. And now looking at it, you can see that it's been underfunded for a while as far as looking at how much the need is. And I would say that's probably half of it. That's the 10,000 I'm requesting. The other 10,000 is really around some gaps we're seeing for our stormwater compliance. And it's not necessarily an existing contract we have. It's more about adding pieces on getting support from outside support from GIS, or even field work or civil, another civil engineer kind of pulling in. So those are the biggest ones. I did look at trying to kind of nibble around, looking at the past also, and projections, and seeing where we might have been heavy. So that's where we looked at 3 places. And I reduced legal services, the technical manual piece, and some new equipment. So we're trying to kind of find where we kind of over budgeted and trying to right fit that. So that's where those 3 items came in. And then response to the council goals and feedback. I did this in looking at, you'll see it kind of in 2 grouping. I did it as here's what we're doing under my operational budget, and then the next slides will be how I'm doing what I'm doing under our capital. So for our operational budget, we're talking about growth and development. I have been working directly with Autumn and really doing the traffic impact fee reassessment and revisions, and really trying to look ahead, and so that we're not, I guess, missing opportunities when the development community, as we close out a lot of our traffic impact fees, and making sure that the development, new development coming in is paying for their impacts and mitigating that in some way for our roadways. The conservation, sustainability, environmental protection. Some of the things in our operation budget is Sustainable Scarborough Day, which we had our first one last year, and huge success. Our sustainability manager is amazing, and she hit it out of the ballpark, and she's got bigger plans this year. So that is in our budget. And then supporting these environmental standards that Autumn talked about earlier. We've been really integral in that, as well as looking at the state of Maine is actually revising their chapter 500, which is the stormwater state regulations. And I've been part of that group and working group in trying to do more of a statewide approach and trying to protect some of our natural resources and how we do that at state level. So we're kind of leveling the playing field a little bit so that it's not kind of picking on us more urbanized communities that have the MS4 compliance permitting pieces, but really we should be looking at protecting all our waters.
Can I just embarrass Angela for a second? I distinctly recall when we were negotiating to bring her on to staff, I think the biggest concern you had was whether you could attend the annual stormwater conference. And I thought that was a fairly decent concession to give.
Yes.
But she really lives and breathes stormwater. And please recall for us, you just received an award, Golden Raindrop or something.
Yeah,
Like
so
that?
that's a regional award. They award once a year to a stormwater professional in the New England region. So consultants in municipal side, they pick one every year. Yes.
Is that right? Golden Raindrop?
Yes, Golden Raindrop.
Sorry, a little moment to shine.
Yeah.
And obviously, and we are working, might not be obvious, we are working with DOT on the Route 1, Route 9 marsh crossing. You've heard a lot about the Sawyer Street removal. And we are looking at updating the Red Brook watershed management plan. So all of those are things that are our everyday life. That's kind of in our operation. That's what we're doing. As far as traffic and transportation, PAX is doing a reimagining Route 1, so we're part of those discussions and process. As well as, we did apply for a Safe Streets for All federal grant. And it's really looking at putting some demonstration projects out to see how things would work before implementing a permanent fix. Scarborough was awarded, and we were looking at potentially we'll have two on Route 1. We're looking at, Transportation Committee had prioritized the first one, looking at a crossing of Route 1, pedestrian crossing where people, there's been a couple of deaths at that 5-lane crossing. It doesn't mean that necessarily be a crossing. Maybe we have to look at sidewalk connections, things like that. But that's definitely something that we're looking at. And then another one down probably at Sawyer at Route 1, where there's really no pedestrian facilities to try to get across those route. It's a little dangerous to get around on Route 1. So those are all things that we're doing kind of behind the scenes, kind of just our day-to-day kind of work. And then for the CIP budgets that you are looking at for 25, you will see the Sawyer Street project. That is a match for a, I think it's a $1.59 million grant that we're getting. And so our portion of that is to build a hammerhead on our side if we're closing off that road. It is stretched out into 2 budget cycles because the money is not needed for another, I think it's 27.
Right.
So that was Tom's suggestion, is
Yeah,
splitting
we could
that up.
certainly fund the full 150 that we've committed to, but we don't need to, all in the same year, so.
And then you'll see the climate action plan also under one of the council goals for conservation, sustainability, environmental protection, as well as the greening of Route 1, which is a water quality treatment system in one of the large islands. It would be stretching from the Downs Road to back to Millbrook Lane. That is the largest, I think, Route 1 median we have, which is paved. It is something that has been problematic over the years with Public Works, trying to keep that from weeds and others. It's unsightly. And I was trying to look at it as, is there any other opportunities, not just an aesthetic improvement, but I posed to Tom about making that more of a water quality. That runoff from Route 1 goes directly into Millbrook. That is where that island crosses. And so that discharges and then ultimately to the marsh, which is a quite short distance away. So it's really about the health of that watershed. And Millbrook is a threatened stream as a classification under DEP. So that's something that is not quite what we have. Multiple urban impaired streams that have a certain level of low water quality. This one is kind of at that tipping point, is what that essentially means. We're at a threatened because of the development within that watershed. And so it's trying to be a little proactive. And if we can do something with our roadways, that gets us a little closer and maybe keeping us off of that list for urban impaired stream, because we do not want to be on that list.
Because that is a state route, does
Yeah.
the state provide any sort of funding or assistance when you're trying to do work like that?
They do not. It's essentially because it's also in the urban compact area. They rely heavily on locally that we maintain and kind of upkeep in that respect. And we're finding that their money for the environmental piece is going towards the marsh crossing and Route 9. And I think they've made it very clear it's hard to spend more money in Scarborough, because I do keep asking.
Yeah, I think it's a great project. It's something personally that I've always been interested in. Angela's really made it much more impactful than I ever envisioned. My simplistic view was, we all travel on Route 1. We can make that experience better by having it a little more aesthetically pleasing, but integrating the stormwater piece and being proactive to hopefully keep Millbrook out of the urban impaired stream. I think all of that makes perfect sense.
And then the last thing under the environmental goals really is, as we mentioned, we're supporting with staff support and time towards the open space plan. And then for transportation for FY 25, it's the first one is really utilizing the existing development collected money for the traffic impact fees towards the Payne Road, Muzzy Road traffic signal. That is a requirement that the Downs is doing that project. They have done they're working on the design, not quite final. And then construction of that will be happening in it could start in the FY 25 budget. That's why we're trying to stay ahead of that. And we are partnering with them, the Downs, and DOT is also supplying some matching funds. So it's really a three-way kind of partnership. And that is, I would say, one of the most phone calls I get is the Muzzy Payne Road intersection. And what can we do there? And I think you will hear, or we will see a lot of positive comments coming from that, because I think it's been needed for a very long time. So I think that'll be very impactful. And as well as it'll be funded through the traffic impact fees. And then I did put in a design for a transportation project, and knowing that kind of from the survey and from council goals, transportation and traffic is kind of one of those #1 priorities. Unfortunately, the transportation study is not complete. So I would love to be able to do a whole kind of song and dance about this is where we're spending the money for the design. But I also wanted to put it in front of you that we should have something. We do have the opportunity to move a design forward. So I don't want to, I guess, miss a year if really the priority is the traffic and transportation system. And so it's really kind of a look at, I know it's a little different than I would typically kind of bring to you, but I also didn't want to say, we're not doing a project this year and kind of waste a whole year. So it's really kind of, at this point, not a whole lot of detail around that, unfortunately, and I apologize for that. But until we have that transportation study completed and really vetted through the community and through our transportation committee to help prioritize what that project is, I wouldn't dare to kind of just throw out a project. Looks like Tom was gonna say. You're like.
No, we'll certainly promise to involve certainly community and the council to the extent you wish to be involved. Once we have the results of the plan and really prioritize where we want to start. But this really gives us the financial resources to make some movements next year.
And that it's through TIF funds too, right? So it's
Yes.
not
Correct.
separate from the one with Autumn that we were talking about, where there's some uncertainty, like that was appropriated, but this is TIF and
This
so.
is TIF. Yep. This fits squarely within the
And
downtown.
speaking of that, that was there's 2 more bullets because I just went on to, I guess we're doing too much.
Yeah.
But I would like to, I guess, do that segue because I did have on here a bullet is really supporting her initiative with the North Scarborough piece. And I will say I probably persuaded her a little bit to kind of look, I know she has her master plans laid out, like she said, for every town, village, center. And for me, looking ahead and the transportation concerns that are about to hit us, as well as just the existing pieces out there. And so while transportation is just a piece of what she's talking about, a small piece, I still think it's worthwhile to kind of start there because there's a lot happening in that area that we need to kind of think holistically about. And that's where I was appreciating the fact that she's kind of pulling that into more of the planning realm, the big umbrella of how do we do this holistically and not do a little piece here or there, right? With zoning or that. So. So then as far as what's covered under the TIF, the downtown TIF, I do have the climate action plan. And I know you were asking about timing of that one. It would begin in the spring of 2025 and completion of December 2025. That is a new investment and looking at that is our match for a grant through the state to look at climate action plans. The other one, the transportation project I mentioned before, we would, if funded, I would hope to get the transportation study completed this spring, early summer, that we would be ready to go out by the fall to get a design started. And that would probably be a year process, where then I would be looking at probably at FY 27 for construction funds. And then the greening of Route 1, it was, we can really start, I have a design sitting on the shelf for that. So we really could jump on it this summer and get that done this construction season if funded.
I have a question for Norman and Tom, maybe like, if we weren't using TIF funds for some of these, would they be appropriated or could they be bonded? Specifically the study project design, like, is that something, because it would turn into a construction project, we could make it a bonded item versus a TIF item?
Yeah, fairly recent changes to the SEC and IRS code do no longer allow us to bond kind of, I'll call them soft costs, you know, plans and engineering studies, if you will. If those projects materialize into a tangible capital project or asset, you can reimburse yourselves for, we could reimburse ourselves. So bond in the future to pay ourselves back for the investment already made.
Okay.
Because of that, we would need to find, they're not eligible necessarily unless they do materialize.
But the greening of the Route 1 water quality.
That's
project-
that's arguably available for bonding. I think it's an asset of some longevity and cost. So I think you can make a choice whether we should or not, but I think it's eligible for bonding, yes.
And the reason I'm asking is because one of the things that I would like to do at some point with the committee is look at everything that's TIF funded. And then if there are other things that could be TIF funded but aren't TIF funded, you know, do we have wiggle room to still do some of these things? It's just a choice of how we fund it. More thinking of like, if we have appropriated items that we could apply TIFs to, I just would want to make sure that we're optimizing that as a means to try and get to our target. And I like something like the Route 1 water quality project, maybe that could be bonded and that gives us 275 to spend on some other area that we could use. TIF
Yeah,
funds
I'll
for.
say generally, I squeeze that pretty hard.
Okay.
That's not to say there's not some more juice there. One thing that came to mind in this conversation is I think the 75,000 or the 150 for the Sawyer Street would be eligible for TIF funds.
It would be?
It would be. I've got to do some maneuvering between the two different TIFs because I've maxed out the downtown TIF where it's eligible. So I don't want to dive down that rabbit hole right now, but that's a conversation I hope we can engage in. So I've made a note that that's a possible switching of funding source.
Great.
So it might look like a lot because I'm breaking it into different pieces, kind of trying to follow the template, but we do have just 5 CIPs, the request. And so the only one that we've marked as for appropriations is the Sawyer Street one. All the others were the TIFs or traffic impact fees, which you can see here. This kind of gives the timeline of the Muzzy Road improvements beginning in January of 25 and completion of June of 26. That's when the Downs is required to have that completed, construction completed. So it's a really hard timeline. So it's good. And then unfunded investments, I guess I just wanted to point out, we did pull out of our CIP, the adaptation piece of the climate action and adaptation plan. That's really kind of pulling together all the plans, looking at if we do the climate action, the vulnerability, open space, you're kind of pulling it all together, almost like a comp plan of the environmental side of things. So that is the piece I got pulled out. I still have Gorham Road. We have done a master plan all the way from Oak Hill to Payne Road. So as you noted, I'm sure you've noted, we've kind of picked away as we go and we take breaks. We're in a break. I just want to keep it on everybody's radar because I do still hear from that neighborhood that those sidewalks were a huge improvement, and now how do I get across the river? So I just want to keep it in everyone's forethought that this is, it's still out there. The other one I hear a lot about is East Grand Ave. We did a lot of planning initiative around some drainage work and maybe some complete streets pieces on East Grand Ave that I'm just been every year kind of looking for funding through PACs or through the state or different partnerships. And I just want to make sure everybody knows that's still on my radar, and I'm still applying and trying to find that money. It is a large number. So it's something that I've heard it's hard for us to tackle locally on our own. So I am continuing to look for ways to try to find that and offset some of that cost so that it does make that practical. So I just want to make sure everybody knows that that's
Yeah,
still on the radar.
not by way of replacement of this project, because what's contemplated here is full drainage, road reconstruction, sidewalk. It's, you know, very comprehensive. DOT did do resurfacing for our part. We touched up some of the sidewalks as best we could, reallocated and restriped. For on-street parking. So we have paid some attention, but it's really kind of a Band-Aid on the problem.
Would you say part of that is managing stormwater?
Oh, definitely.
So I think, as Angela knows, I'm curious if Scarborough can implement a stormwater management fee. And so when I hear you say that you're looking for funding because it's very expensive, I will continue to ask Scarborough to explore the option of looking at implementing a stormwater management fee. And if you will appease me for a quick moment, I'm curious, within all the slides and the budget that you just went through, what would actually be covered under a stormwater management fee? Because my understanding is some of these projects would be covered. I know a majority of public works would be covered under it. And so I think, you know, the thinking is we want to keep our tax rate low. So how can we maybe shift some of these costs from our taxpayers to maybe people who aren't paying taxes?
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of need. I think there's a lot of cost if you look at what the need is, or even what to go beyond that to what the want is. I think what we are doing right now is keeping ourselves in compliance or trying to keep ourselves in compliance with what we need to do for stormwater. I think there's a lot more we could do. I think we have talked about this, you and I, about the actual cost of a stormwater utility fee is large. So you'd need to be able to offset kind of the expense of it and then go above and beyond to actually do projects. And so that's where you get into what are those fees and how that is structured is going to be really important. I will say Portland, when they implemented theirs, there's 10 years of process before they got to it. It's really, and they also had a federal mandate saying you shall pay this $80 million in the next 10 years. And so they were forced to, we're paying it regardless. So we need to kind of recoup that money. And how do you do that? It has to be a large enough offset, like I said, though, to cover the expense of setting up a brand new utility, like setting up a Portland Water District or setting up, you know, a sewer district.
And just.
But we
keep-
can definitely, I don't want to offset that because I'm a huge advocate for stormwater management. So I will say that the next step would be a feasibility kind of studies, like, is it even feasible for Scarborough to be able to kind of capture that? Or even generate enough revenue to make that profitable. So I think you really need to know that before you start kind of scaring everybody about a rain tax is what will first come up, right? So I think that would be important.
How much would a feasibility study cost from your perspective?
I can look at what, there's been a few, so we can look back. I would guess most studies and those type of things, feasibility would be between $25,000 and $50,000.
Yeah, just to put in context, what I know of stormwater utilities in Maine, it's really the largest cities, and they're really focused on, as was mentioned, federal mandates for combined sewer overflows. So separations, very tangible, big dollar items. Lewiston, certainly Portland are good examples. So in my mind, it works almost like an impact fee in that you've got to have a way to justify what your fee is, and that is based on either operational costs, which we have a pretty good sense of, and capital expense, which I think that's where we need to spend some more time and effort. And that's where the feasibility study would come in, I suspect, is help us understand what is that order of magnitude.
Mhm.
And that also brings back to like the GIS piece and all of that, because knowing what we have and don't have, that's a whole nother process to get to a point where we know enough to know what those numbers are and what we need. So we need to keep increasing some of that investment to kind of put that baseline in place so we have the answers that Tom was talking about.
Would a feasibility study like this be covered under TIF qualified uses?
I think so. Yep.
You know, I'm personally interested in exploring this. I don't know if we,
For Public Works.
yeah, for maybe as like a follow-up, just to kind of understand better, like what the true costs are for a feasibility study. And I think maybe in a future finance committee, really kind of digging more into what this fee thing is. I don't think we're going to get into that here, but it seems like you guys know a lot that I'm trying to absorb, but I want to get us back to the budget conversation. So
And I appreciate you bringing it up because I mean, I'm always looking for, ways to do more. Which brings me to my next
Says the
bullet.
golden ring.
And as we keep increasing, all of these kind of projects, your point, and keep
Wait a minute,
putting
you guys
them
working
on.
together?
I just want to point out, like, right now, we can sustain what we have. Like, we're not taking on more than we can handle at this point, and that's why we're very careful on, okay, when this project starts or that project ends, I would say our group is really looking at that hard because we are limited in time and resources. And so that's where, if that's the direction we want to go, I would love that. We just need to know that we're going to need some more help along the way.
any questions, guidance, Counselor Cushing? Angela?
Well, I'm always good for guidance. I had a question for you.
Mhm.
So you are talking about TIF funds.
Mhm.
And my understanding of those is we draw a box around someplace and then we basically earmark that for a definition of stuff that we can spend money on, and we shelter it from state revenue share. Is that correct?
Mhm.
So basically it is money that works for us more efficiently than your average tax dollar, but it gets in there as a function of some kind of tax. Is that correct?
Yep.
So I want to be clear that given that understanding, that using tip dollars or tax dollars, they're still tax dollars, but it's just more of a accounting approach. Is that?
Not just an accounting approach, but
Well,
they
that-
also have qualified uses that they have to be used for. And if we don't use them, then essentially they stay there and there could be a greater appropriation. So like, I think Tom has done everything he can to make sure
So
we're using all of those funds for qualified uses. Otherwise, that would mean more taxes to taxpayers.
that makes complete sense to me, that we should use it
Yeah.
all. But I just wanted to understand.
Mhm.
And our projections are as soon as next year, we're not gonna have enough qualified uses.
Yeah.
So
So we need to find some qualified.
either find
uses.
qualified uses or reduce the capture rate, so you're not putting as much into that, in which case you lose your shelter benefit.
Well, assuming, for example, that somebody outside of us in this room are listening to this, I
Mhm.
just always, and it's edifying for me to sort of understand that.
Mhm.
So one overall look at this thing is to make sure that we get as much in that tip category as
Mhm.
we can. Okay,
Yep.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Um,
And sorry to interrupt, and that's why if there are other things we can use it for, that gives me, it's gonna help us next year, especially if we need to shift things,
gotcha.
to make sure, while maybe next year is the year we may need to change our threshold. We may be close to the point where if we have enough stuff kind of in the pipeline, that
Mhm.
we can keep it for another year.
I think we can.
Okay. And this is one of those areas where I don't really feel qualified to ask a lot of specific questions
Mhm.
about what you're doing. I will point out to you, a long time ago, I worked construction on putting in underlayment in Route 91. And I noticed that as soon as the state inspectors left that did their compaction test, somebody got on the radio and big rubber tire dozers came and filled it
Mhm.
faster. So when you commented about it's important to check,
Mhm.
that did sort of
Mhm.
strike a chord with me because it seems to be an industry practice to cheat if you can. Anyway, so uh, good job.
Maren?
I think I just wanted to comment with, or for a question with the adaptation plan, is that something that would maybe come next in the timeline of like what we're doing here with the vulnerability and the open space and things like that?
Yes,
So
yeah, so we could, fund that, kind of putting those pieces together next year. And it's really looking at it again, more holistically in a more comprehensive way, all the pieces. And I think that will be important to kind of then have action items from that. I think from the pieces we have, we are gonna have some implementation tools that we'll be able to do. But it'll be looking at it kind of like, okay, from this study and this study and this study, but what about if you throw them all together and then you start prioritizing and coming up with your implementation and action items? I think that's, again, that would be more of that next step. And would be a lesser number because you're kind of pulling the pieces.
Yeah, you can
together.
expect that would be in the FY 26 budget. And if we're able to get the climate action plan, I think it's going to make that coupled with open space and vulnerability. I think those things together are going to make for a really good foundation for that adaptation plan.
And that is what encouraged me to Angela to start asking for more staff for the sustainability environment. So I know that's not part of it, but I encourage you to continue and ask for that because I feel like that will be a need that is going to be coming very soon.
Well, I think that's what you guys will see from your end. The council is saying, yep, we want to do all these projects, but it'll happen next spring, or it'll happen the following fall or the following winter. And so we're trying to, and so things get stretched out. And so I appreciate that there's some frustration around that, but that's what I'm working within kind of our staffing.
Capacity.
So in our capacity, yeah.
But there's also other initiatives that even with all the staffing, we could envision that we would still look for consulting support. Their specialties, they're over and above. And I think this whole initiative probably in my mind falls into that category that we need some outside support. When that comes, I think that conversation is going to be very squarely in front of the council.
So my takeaway from this one is one, great job. Your operating budget feels like it's where it needs to be. I like the idea of us looking to see if we can get the Sawyer Street covered by TIF funds. I'm interested in potentially if we can get to our budget goal, potentially having a TIF item for the stormwater management fee feasibility. And then while I know we can't commit to it, to me, it feels like, Angela, given the work your department does with both traffic, transportation, and conservation, which are really, really critical to the council, I would like to understand, like, if you were to get an FTE, like what that FTE would do. And is that something, at the very end of this, do we have room to potentially give your department another headcount? Because again, to Tom's point, like even if we give you a headcount, you may not be able to still do everything as quickly as we want, but that's where I'm interested to see, like, with all the great stuff you're doing with the small team you have, if you had one more, what would that look like?
Okay, great.
I don't know if you guys agree.
Great.
I would like to see.
Keep talking.
Slippery slope. Sean.
I know, but I mean, there are a few departments where I feel throughout this, I will advocate that I think they have a reason. And again, my worry is like, even though it feels like things are slow, I always wonder if you had another person 2 years ago, would some of these things have moved faster? And so things like traffic, which is the number one issue for our residents based on the survey, I feel like Angela's like at the start of that work. And if she has to push things out, it's gonna have downstream impacts on everybody else. And so I just want to make sure we're going as quickly as we can on the front end, so then Public Works and other people can implement those things that are going to make our residents more satisfied.
My view of it is that people are always step costs, and that you're hurting, if you get halfway up the step, you're feeling the pain. And then when you get that person, you sort of, now you've got some slack. And so I'm sure that's what Councilman Anderson is saying, is that he wants you to watch where you're at on the step and do the timing appropriately. One thing that I wish we had more time for is reimagining Route 1, because
Oh, yeah.
I imagine Route 1 every time I drive down it, and it looks a lot different in my head than the one I'm driving on. And I've heard that someone is thinking, for example, of just raising Route 1 by the marsh by putting some more dirt and asphalt in there. That doesn't, is that not true? Are they actually?
So that's
imagining something?
we are working with DOT. They're looking at, the Route 1 and Route 9 crossing of the marsh. And yes, they're projecting because of the sea level rise and raising that as much as 4 feet, that road.
But I don't think it's
through
as
that
simple as
section.
putting dirt and pavement on top.
But it's not a bridge.
They would
Not a
not,
bridge.
they are not proposing a bridge, but they are proposing removing a lot of the material and putting a lighter, more engineered material, down. So.
And perhaps more ability of water flow from one side to the
And
other.
they are modeling right now the culvert crossings to see what, impacts that might have.
Because right now, Route 1 acts like a dam,
I
essentially.
understand that, yeah.
But which is pros and cons on both sides, because then you also have farmland above that is starting to get sea salt water in their wells and different things like that. So if you kind of just open it up, that causes other environmental impacts that you kind of have to, it's a bigger change. So a bigger process
That-
to.
That
to
might be a
figure
future
it out.
workshop or.
Yeah,
Oh, for sure.
exactly.
something. Again, you keep us on track, so.
Sorry.
Thank you, Angela. Appreciate it.
Oh, thank you guys so much for all your support.
Yep, quick bio break and then we'll come back.
Come on up, Phils.
Yeah. Alright, so jumping into Public Works.
Great. I'll turn it over to you.
All right. So I'm going to go through the slides first for Public Works. I'll just give a highlight of budget changes from last year. So quick budget update, kind of the main focuses for increases for us for this year. One of the biggest ones, and this continues to be a budget drive for us, is MSW, so municipal solid waste and recycling. We continue to see some fairly significant increases on both of those items. And they've been a real budget driver both this year and kind of the past couple of years. And that continues to be the case. The other one that's large increase is the increase in hazardous waste fees. So that includes annual hazardous waste collection that we do. So we partner with 3 other communities. We do one in Scarborough, and then the other 2 are in Saco and Biddeford. And those continue to be very popular, allow people to bring any hazardous waste that they've accumulated over the year and drop those off. Unfortunately, the cost of those have increased. So there is a pretty significant increase in that. The other areas that we've seen some big increases is just general providing of services. That's from our contracted services that includes plowing. We do now have 2 dedicated routes that we subcontract out. So there got some increased costs there. And we also continue to work with our staff, and our salaries have increased a little bit over the past couple of years. We've really tried to keep pace with a lot of our surrounding communities. We have struggled to fill. Right now, we've got 3 positions. At some points, we've had 4 positions that have been opened. Really trying to keep pace with the surrounding communities and attract talent that we need to the department. So that's part of how we managed to get through that is by using seasonal employees during the winter. They've been a big help for us in making sure that we continue to deliver services in the winter when really it's all hands on deck in terms of being out there on the road and keeping the place clear. And the other increase that I'll highlight as well is the increase in staff training expenses. So like I said, we have been down positions right now 3. We're really looking to invest in our existing staff to keep them here so we don't lose any more, and also really utilize them as much as we can so we don't have to look at contracting out more of what we're doing. So that's really
A quick question,
Yep.
is the hiring challenge, is that pervasive across everywhere in this particular job type?
it
So
is,
it's not
yeah,
just something we're struggling with, it's other towns are also struggling to
correct.
fill positions.
Yep, yeah, it seems to be across Public Works in this area, and really we're competing with private contractors, and they're often paying $35 plus just to drive a plow truck or a dump truck, and our crew, they do a lot more than just plow snow. There's a lot more skills that they need to learn while they're with us, and in the past we've been very fortunate that we've not had to do much of the training. They've come to us from the construction industry with those skills already, and now we're finding that's not so much the case. So we want to be able to take someone that doesn't have that much experience and train them up.
Thank you.
So one area where we have managed to decrease our expenses is fuel. So a couple of years ago, we were looking at some pretty significant fuel increases. During COVID, fuel went down pretty significantly, and then our contracts expired a couple of years ago, and we kind of with the geopolitical situation, fuel costs went up a lot, and now they've come back down, and we were able to at the beginning of this year lock in some fairly good rates for the next 2 years, and those decreases are shared by all departments. Obviously, Public Works, a lot of our operations are very fuel heavy, so we do certainly use a lot of fuel, but with those costs coming down, that is a noticeable decrease for us. And then we got ongoing commitment to maintaining our infrastructure. Certainly, as I'll talk about a bit more in detail, that was mentioned during the community survey on maintaining roads and traffic signals and things like that. So continuing to making a commitment. And the other big area, kind of going on from what Angela was saying, is our drainage infrastructure. We do have a lot of aging infrastructure that right now, certainly this past winter, has been challenged. We had a very wet winter. We had a lot of storms that infrastructure really wasn't designed to handle. So it's coming up with solutions of how we can best use what we have and make sure that the existing infrastructure is operating at maximum capacity. So.
And I'd just add to that to the sidewalk maintenance. That's becoming really upfront with us, especially in the winter time. We do struggle with that as we use a seasonal employee right now. We have one person that does the sidewalks, and we've enlisted some help from our vehicle technicians and community service now to help with that. But that's another big push in our department.
So I have no interest in eye surgery, but I really am interested in driving that sidewalk plow. So maybe
You are recording this, right?
With Tom on Maple Ave, right?
he's sick of hearing me call. During the storm, I'm always asking where the sidewalk machine is. And the reality is the roads need to be open first. I know that.
So just going into a bit more detail on some of these. So like I mentioned, fuel, that is one that happily we've been able to reduce. So that was an 11% reduction from last year. And for the departments that are very fuel dependent, so public works, fire, police, and school, that's makes a significant difference for us. So that's the rate that we're going to have locked in for the next 2 years. So that gives us some ability to plan for that. The largest increase is the recycling tipping fees, and that went up 43%, which is a significant increase. If we go back 4 or 5 years, we weren't paying anything for recycling, and now we're paying. Is it 50?
It's going up to $600.
Yeah, and now we're paying $60 a ton for recycling. So it's we obviously encourage recycling, but we now have a pretty significant expense that we didn't used to have. So that's a big budget driver, along with the tipping fees for municipal solid waste, which have gone up, not quite as much, but they're still increased by 12%. The other area that has gone up a lot is the hazardous waste collection. It continues to be a service that is very popular with residents. We see a lot of people come to those when we hold those in the spring. But unfortunately, again, the cost of disposal has gone up. So this year we are looking at 150% increase from previous years. The operation training, that has not been something that we've really had a huge amount of a budget line in the past. We've really relied, like I said, on employees coming with that training existing or just being able to pick it up kind of on the job as they're going through. But now we're really looking to put in a much more formal training program that we've already made some good strides on. We're working with the operations division and the union to make sure that the staff that we do have, they're fully utilized. And so it's going to be a mix of in-house training and external training, and really looking to be able to continue to offer the services despite the fact that we are obviously struggling with some vacancies. Operations part-time pay. This one really, if we don't fill the full-time positions, then we need to have those seasonal employees in the winter. We're always going to have at least one, unless we add an additional full-time staff to our department. But the the part-time pay that covers 4 people or 5 people right now that come in and cover those plow routes that otherwise would go unfilled. So that just the increased cost just reflects the reality that we are relying on those for the entire winter. And we're very fortunate that they're able to come in and help us out with that. And so the contracted plowing services, again, we have 2 full routes dedicated that are being done by a contractor. We start off with, we've always had 1, now we've gone to 2. And that has included some of the new roads in Scarborough Downs that are obviously additional plow runs that we need to cover. So right now we do have a subcontractor to doing those.
One other thing I would add to this one that we did not put in the slide is we do have 1 new line in the budget as well for traffic calming. This is a $25,000 ask in the operating budget based on some recommendations with residents and you're well aware of the traffic calming policy that came in front of you. So that is a new ask this year that and we came up with that number based on what it would take, an RRFB, which is a rapid rectangular flashing beacon, those were about $18,000 to purchase and install. If we were doing any kind of speed tables, our contractor gave us a price of $11,400 for a speed table. Depending on where it is, I'm sure we can work on that cost, but that is a new additional cost in the budget this year.
So this is just a quick overview of kind of where the categories are and how they break down in terms of the increases. And you can see that this year personnel costs have obviously a fairly large increase on those. Like I said, that's just trying to keep pace with our surrounding communities and make sure that we are competitive with those. And then the next biggest one is the services and charges. So that for us really includes all of our operating expenses for salt, things like that. Those have again increased slightly from the past couple of years. But
Is that also where all those fees that are increasing are captured too?
so for the most part, we haven't increased our fees this year. So we, as a department, have very limit on the fees that we do charge.
I was referring to like the tipping fees,
Oh, I'm sorry.
increase in the recycling fees.
Yes, sorry, that is in,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yes, that is in there. And I will point out that the equipment, so that doesn't include the cost of maintenance of our equipment. That's just new equipment. Most of our equipment is funded through CIPs rather than through our operating budget. So that doesn't reflect any increase in cost there. Yep. So the areas for us that were highlighted in the community survey, obviously traffic was a big item for people in the survey. So we're continuing to work with engineering division, Angela, and the Downs for their offsite improvements. Right now, the Route 1 has been the area that they've been working on. So North Route 1 from Municipal Drive up to the 701 connector was done last year, and right now they're working on Southgate to Sawyer Road, and that will hopefully be done later on this summer. And once that is complete, the entire corridor will be able to be coordinated. Right now, we've kind of got a bit of a piecemeal. We've got Dunstan that's coordinated. We've got the 3 intersections down there that are coordinated, and then we've got the northern route at one end, which is coordinated. So we have kind of that middle section that isn't. And if anyone has been driving up and down Route 1 lately, they might have noticed that it's not optimal, especially around kind of the Huggis Route 1 intersection. We're trying to work through some issues there, but once that is complete and we can operate that corridor as one system, you should be able to drive from Dunstan all the way up. And I won't guarantee you won't get any red lights, but it should be a lot more efficient in being able to get traffic through there. And this is the adaptive system, so if traffic patterns change, we've got an accident on the turnpike, or it's a really nice day down at the beach and everyone wants to go down to the beach, the system will adapt to that in real time. So it's really looking forward to that, and I think it should make things a lot better. One of the challenges that we have had with that is making sure that we're not just prioritizing the Route 1 north-south corridor. We obviously have Black Point and Gorham Road that take a lot of traffic, and just making sure that we're not inconvenience those at the benefit of Route 1. So there is a bit of a balancing act, and I think initially when we turned on the North Scarborough last year, we were probably too heavily prioritizing the Route 1. And in terms of just time savings, it was 30% quicker to go from Municipal Drive all the way to the 701 connector, but the number did come at the expense of some of the side streets. So we did have to adjust that. So it's not 30% anymore. But once we have the whole corridor going, we will look at that, and it really should make a positive difference for everyone trying to get around. So hopefully on that one. The other area is maintaining infrastructure, was also highlighted in the community survey. So we do have another request for annual road maintenance. And this is continuing with a project that we did about 4 years ago now, where we did a full survey of all our roads to get a PCI value, which is a pavement condition index. So that's just 0 to 100. And at the time following that, we set a goal where we wanted to try and maintain a PCI of 75 for average. We are not quite there. We're in 68 to 70 right now, so got a little bit more we need to do to increase that. But that really is, as a road user, if you're going down a road that's at 75, you're really not going to see any major potholes or anything like that. It's a road at 75, it's a lot cheaper to maintain it when it's at that good level than it is letting it go down at the lower, where you really need some more intensive maintenance and repair on those roads. So we do have another request in there for road maintenance. The other area that I highlighted was the improving drainage. So we have a CIP for drainage improvements. So a couple of years ago, we did a town-wide study on our drainage. So we looked at everything that we had, gave it a condition score, again, similar to our pavement, and highlighted some of the areas that we're having issues with, where we've got pipes that are failing, or they're undersized, or that we've got blockages and things like that. So we have a request that we're going to be looking to do for the next few years, and that'll include things like lining the pipes. So rather than having to dig up the pipes and do a full replacement, we're going to look to line some of those, and that'll essentially make it new, like new, and it's a little bit more efficient than having to do a full excavation. So we're going to be looking at that. It is an area that, like I said, certainly this past winter, we've had a lot of phone calls on drainage issues, and we continue to have that. Really, our infrastructure was designed for 1-inch storms, 1-inch rainstorms, and we've pretty regularly exceeded that. 3-4-inch rainstorms that we've had in the past 6 months have really stretched it. And like I said, we're getting a lot of calls. So we're hopeful with that request that we can start to address some of those issues that we've noticed. And again, we have more requests for sidewalk maintenance. So I know this was another area that was highlighted in the community survey. I think their angle was more that we want additional sidewalks, but we also already have over 70 miles of sidewalks that some of those have been in place for 30, 40 years, and really up to this point haven't received much maintenance. So this is just making sure that the existing sidewalks are continuing to be maintained, and we put together a 10-year plan for that. So they're just continuing that request, so make sure we meet those expectations.
So a couple things to add on this one. One, I want to bring your attention, if you had read the narrative on the mid-level paving, it says 98,000. That ask is actually 980,000, which is in the spreadsheet. I just want to make sure we're clear on that. I just looked at that when I was reviewing it today. The other part with the improved drainage, as Steve said, we did have a survey done, some TV work done, a lot of that. We've got that. I'm diving into that right now to come up with a good solid 5-year plan to address the drainage issues. So that is an ongoing thing and something we're jumping on this year to really try to get that nailed down for a good solid plan for the next 5 years.
You covered a number of these already.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. So, yeah, I've already talked about the mid-level paving, subsurface and the sidewalks. So I'll skip down. So the parking lot and backyard resurfacing. So we've been in our facility at 20 Washington Avenue since 1996. And we haven't done any paving since that time. So it is in need of resurfacing. Otherwise, we risk losing it, and it does become a safety issue, especially when our crew are responding in the winter, and we've got puddles and things like that have frozen over. We have had a couple of incidents in the last couple of years of employees slipping. So there's really not only maintaining our facilities, make sure they continue to meet our needs, but it's also becoming a bit of a safety hazard.
Stephen and Doug, my apologies. This is, that project in particular is one that I, in the proposed budget, have deferred it, pushed it to FY26.
Okay.
But it's important that we draw awareness to it.
Yeah. Okay. And then the next one is the sander rack upgrade.
That is in there.
That is in there? Okay.
You're good.
Talk about that.
So what this is, I'll just give you a quick overview. This is really a safety, a necessary safety upgrade to our sander rack. So we right now we have sander hoppers that we pull in and out of our trucks. So we use our trucks obviously throughout the year. In the winter, they're for plowing and putting out material, and in the summer we use them for construction. So when we take them out, we have racks that we hang them on. But right now, the way in which we're doing that, there's some potential safety issues that we've been asked to address, because we're run the risk of employees falling while they're putting these in. So this is really a request to make sure that we continue to meet our safety requirements and align with those.
Yeah, I'll just add into that one as well. It's a huge safety risk. The employees had to climb on top of the sander racks to get them off and get them hooked up onto the rack. You have to have fall protection in order to do that. They're high enough off the ground. They need to do that. There has been several serious injuries throughout the state for people falling off sander racks in the past. So this upgrade would include all the safety features for fall protection if needed to get up on the rack.
Is this
So
bringing you in compliance with OSHA?
this
Are
would
you-
put us in compliance,
you're
yes.
Currently not.
Correct. The way, yes, and I made a directive to all the employees not to be on top of the racks, and they're struggling with that because they're not quite sure how else to do this, but it really is an important safety feature for our crews.
I just add, this is an issue that was flagged, some time ago. And I don't think that how we do it, we're terribly unique. I think that this is, just looking at the expense, almost every town has a public works department and they probably don't have the level of safety infrastructure that they probably should have. So this is probably an evolution of a safety culture here that we need to really support.
So the next item, some new equipment that we put in for CIP request this year. So following our established equipment replacement schedule that we've had in place for a number of years now, we try and replace a plow truck, one pickup truck, and then several other pieces of equipment a year. And we have a set replacement schedule for all our equipment. So this year, again, we'll be requesting one plow truck and a pickup truck. And we're also requesting a tractor with an arm mower. So this is for our roadside mowing. So this is something that we have struggled with in the last couple of years, just with the current equipment that we have. We do use a tractor for our beach cleaning that we do every Friday. And then we have one other tractor with a mower, but it does have some fairly limited reach, so we can kind of get to the edge of the roadway, and that's about it. So this piece of equipment would be a tractor with a dedicated arm mower attached that would allow us to get to a lot more areas behind guardrails and things like that that we can't currently get to. And this is a really important safety issue for the motoring public. We make sure that we maintain areas around intersections, things like that, so that when people are trying to pull out, they're not trying to see over tall grass and things like that. So we do mow pretty much every road that has a grass vegetation verge at least once a year. And some of those locations we have to get to a couple of times a year. And then the other item that we're looking for this year is the bucket truck. So this is one of the items that we use for our electrical division, which does the maintenance of our traffic signals and streetlights. This is a fairly old piece of equipment that we've been able to keep in service for a long time, but it's really starting to show its age now. So this is just to make sure that we can continue to access the traffic signals up over the road and the streetlights and things like that. So that's.
Yeah, and just to add on to that one too, the bucket truck is one we've looked at, similar to what we did with the excavator last year, where we downsized the excavator to our needs. This bucket truck is a little bit smaller. It's a lot more maneuverable, be easier to handle out there. And it's obviously a less expensive truck, but it was, I think it would meet our needs a lot better. So it's one of the things we looked at as we look at any of the equipment before bringing it forward.
Is it more like a Spectrum truck as opposed to CMP?
Correct. It's more like a Spectrum, a smaller truck. That's capable with a capable reach to get to the traffic signals.
These needs have increased exponentially. About 7 or 8 years ago, we upgraded all of our streetlights to LED capacity. And as part of that, we bought them from CMP. So we could select to use them as our maintenance contractor at an expense, but we do that in-house. And I think there's savings townwide. There's over 1,200 traffic streetlights. And then I'm really pleased that Doug and Stephen have been working, cultivating inside existing employees to pick up some of the what has always been a contracted service for traffic signal maintenance. And I suspect certainly a week doesn't go by, and probably a day doesn't go by where they're not out looking at a street light, opening the cabinet or up in the bucket, fixing a light of some sort.
Yeah, and just preventative maintenance is huge as well, and being able to do that and have a maintenance schedule. I know a lot of the other communities, they're not lucky enough to have that because they don't have the in-staff capabilities to be able to do that. So, just the simple things like going up and checking, make sure that the camera lenses are clear and cleaning those off so that the signal works sufficiently. They really make a big difference. And subcontracting that out just to have someone come in and clean a lens, that's not a cheap thing to do if you're going to subcontract that out. So being able to do that in-house is huge. And then the final item on here is
Is that a
the
warning to speak up or what?
No, I have to pick up my kids at the bus stop. That's what that is.
the final item is the
Not today.
DEF dispenser. So for anyone that doesn't know what DEF is, so since I think around 2012, new emission guidelines have required that all diesel equipment meet emission standards. And the DEF is it's a liquid that gets injected into the exhaust of diesel vehicles, and that helps break down all the greenhouse gases and things. So I think it breaks it down by 90%. So what's coming out the end is significantly cleaner. We are now required to have all new vehicles are required to have DEF. So when we initially started doing this back in 2012, we weren't really certain where the regulations were going to go on this, and if it was something that was just going to come and go. So when we initially started with our first DEF vehicles, we literally just bought a tank with a hose and we filled vehicles that way. And that's what we've been doing since 2012. So now that it's very much apparent that DEF is here to stay. And since 2012, we've obviously purchased a lot of more diesel vehicles. We're really looking to have something a lot more formalized and much more like a fuel pump that we already have for gas and diesel.
Good question. Do your vehicles actually shut down when there's, or get a governor on them when the DEF gets too low to function? So you can just drive it back to the shop. But you can't.
It's called, they regenerate, so you have to pull over and actually have your engines regenerate if it gets too low before you fill, and then you have to refuel on the DEF. So originally, I think we had 6 vehicles originally that needed DEF. Now it's up to like 58 vehicles in the fleet that need DEF. Right now, the tank sits inside one of the technician's bays. So every time somebody comes, the door has to go up, you have to fill it up, that kind of thing. So we definitely have the need for a larger capacity and after hours DEF availability to some of the other departments that are working around the clock.
I had to Google DEF, but I do know what it stands for now.
These are exhaust fluid.
I know that you guys provide services to other municipalities around us. Will they be using the DEF as well?
They do not. They don't use our fuel. I think pretty much everyone has a similar setup to us where they have their own fuel, but yeah, fuel is not something that we provide to the other towns.
And the DEF has to be kept at a certain temperature as well. It can't be too cold. So we have to be careful in the winter time, the way it's set up. So there are intricacies in getting this set up for the fleet. Oops, did I do something there? Okay. Oh, there we go. That's the last one.
Yep. So just to finish off, one of the unfunded investments that we have. So like I mentioned at the start, we have had some open vacancies for quite a while within our operations division. One thing that we are looking at is just how much more public roads we're taking on and the expectations to continue to deliver the services that we have at the level that we have. So right now our priority is filling those 3 vacancies. But in the future, I think we've got to a point where we do need to look at expanding our operations division. We have kept things pretty consistent since 1996 in terms of our staffing levels. We can move things around a little bit, but we've had 16, 17 employees, full-time employees in our operations division pretty much that entire time. But since then, we've obviously added over 50 miles of public road. So we've been able to find efficiencies in our operations and move things around, but we're getting to a point where it's no longer feasible for us to do that without impacting services.
So the department did request, at least for consideration, an additional public works position. Again, it's unfunded, wasn't in the actual budget, but it is in the exhibit around unfunded initiatives. So to Stephen's point, we think we need an extra body for a plow route and all the other things that the department has to take care of, but kind of like what you've heard from the police department in the past, we need to get up to being fully staffed before we really feel like we need to bring that forward or should bring that forward. So staffing is something that's really been stagnant in this division for a long time.
Yeah, we currently have, I believe, 5 seasonal employees for the winter time that we rely on. They all have plow routes and work with us. Come April, some of those employees go back to their old jobs because they come from construction. We were fortunate enough this April storm to get 2 of them back. We still had 1 route that was not covered for a little while, and one of our vehicle maintenance technicians stepped in and helped us out. So it is, it's hard to rely on the seasonal and temporary employees. We are getting some more interest in our positions. I think HR has worked really well with us in bumping up some of our low-end salaries over the last couple of years. We actually have 2 applications that came in this week that have some potential that we'll be interviewing. So we are starting to get some interest, and you will definitely be seeing employees coming, additional employees coming in front of you over the next few years.
What's the total head count now? With assuming all positions are filled, what's the total number of people in the department?
Within the full department, it's 35 within, our operations division. It is 16, yeah,
Yeah, 16, and yeah, 35 includes the vehicle technicians as well.
yes. And
Gotcha. Okay. And I had just one other, this is a Solomon question. But if you had to leave one of these babies, if you had to cut something off of the capital improvement list, and I'm not necessarily recommending that, but I'd be interested in knowing which would hurt the least.
good question.
That is a really good.
I'm sure they can get back to us on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tough
Oh,
one.
can I ask a question? I put it in the budget document, but, you know, we do have a lot of bonded items. I think you guys missed our kind of beginning of the meeting where we had talked about how, you know, we have a challenge to get to that 5% goal, and we're looking for department help. Some of it may be deferring things, some of it may be how we fund things to try and get there. My question is for bonding, Norm, I'm curious if this is a question you can answer. You know, if we cut $1 million of bonded funds, what does that mean in terms of actual bottom line debt service impact to the budget? Or does it?
There's a minimal impact. We would expect there'll be at least an interest only payment. And that's of course, assuming that we actually bond the item. With some of these vehicles, the lead time is 12 months. We may not even get the vehicle and therefore not have to pay for it in fiscal year 25. So there's some new uncertainties in terms of how quickly these things actually come online and pay for them. But in the first year, it would be, you could expect there'll be at least interest only payment. And if it's $1 million, it's, I don't know, Norm, what do you think for?
Well,
interest only?
just to add to Tom's comment, on the principal side, the $1 million depends on what you cut out. If you cut out an item with a 3-year life, then it's $300,000 a year, because we're gonna bond that. That repayment's gonna be matched up with the life of the item. If it's a 10-year equipment, then it's $100,000 a year for the principal. So that piece is a little dependent upon what you cut out.
Because I think when it comes to making choices, I guess my question is bonding items gonna get us to our goal? I don't know, unless we do significant bonding reductions or better understand the consequences of, if we cut these things, that would save $50K potentially for next year. So that's where.
I guess it's a choice between whether or not you want to have funded depreciation is one approach, which is hang on to taxpayer money and then, distribute it over the useful life of the thing. Or do you want to do what, use the bank's money? Or do you want to pay cash? I mean, I think that each one of them has a trade-off that relates to the time value of somebody's money. And so, I think generally speaking, it's, in a regular business, if you don't mind paying the taxes on the interest that you, on the funding your depreciation, then you end up with a bank account that says when you need a new truck, you buy a new truck. But your cost to doing that has been the fact that you've had to pay income tax on the cash that you retain. So it sort of feels to me like pay me now, pay me later.
There's also philosophy of borrowing, and I'll use a bit of a different example to make the point. A ladder truck, for instance, it's $1.3 million or $1.4 million to buy one. Let's say it's $1 million fire apparatus. We could save, over 20 years from the existing taxpayers to have that money in the bank to buy that when the need comes. I would argue that those that will enjoy the use of and protection of that vehicle are the ones from that point 20 years forward. And shouldn't they be the ones to pay for the use.
Well, I think that really is an excellent point, and I think that it is a good strategy. The question of, because if you're asking your average taxpayer, would I rather bear the entire burden over, my tenure here?
Mhm.
Or would I rather pay a portion of the burden plus some interest? Depending on the interest rate, I suppose I might choose to, only pay for my portion of the useful life. I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I assume here that though, because I've heard you say that before, and I haven't had an opportunity to say, I think that's exactly right. But I don't know if that is, I would assume that you sort of make those calculations when you present the budget to say, which things do we want to borrow money for?
We do.
And which things do you think we should be paying cash for?
We
So
do.
the stuff on this list seems to be cash and.
No, majority of these items are supposed to be bonded. There's one item, the plow truck, the pickup truck at 60,000 is proposed for appropriation. That really has to do with the dollar value and its expected life, if you will.
Sure.
The real key to all this, to borrowing, and Norm alluded to it, is that I think we do a very thoughtful job of, when we go to borrow, we make sure that we look at each item and understand what it is and how long it's going to be in operation, and certainly don't bond it for any longer than we're going to have use of it. So there could be things as few as 3 years, all the way up to over 20 years, depending on the item. So to his point, what you choose to cut, if something has a 3-year financing associated, the principal is a lot more than the 20-year.
And I don't think my question was an unfair one, or I wouldn't have asked it. I just think that what this process is about is somewhere finding things that will get us to our
Sure.
budget goal. And I guess you guys weren't here for my opening thought, is that I really don't have that expertise. I think that Tom alluded to the fact that, I knew about cataract surgery, and that helped me keep the surgeons that I worked with honest. I know a little bit about trucks because that's how I knew what DEF was, but I certainly don't know enough to evaluate all of the nuances of this. And so I'll just repeat to you that what I would ask is that you take a peek at the whole picture and say, I'd hate to say to somebody, look, across the board, everybody needs to come up with us. That is meat cleaver, and that's sort of stupid. But it's not stupid to ask people to say, hey, we're trying to get to 5% here. So you take a hard look and see, if you had to make a hard choice, where would you make it?
No, it's a fair question. We've heard you, and I think with some time and reflection, perhaps they'll be in a better position to answer that, frankly.
Which is where, to my original point, is just keep.
It's on my running list.
I think that concept I agree with, but it goes for every department, right? Like
Exactly.
every
I think
department.
that's right.
Yeah.
And I would just add, certainly for us, for the equipment, we'd want to consult with vehicle maintenance, because it might be that some of these, they're at the end of their life and they really need to go out the door tomorrow. Whereas some of these, they might have a bit more life, right? So it's really looking at the closely if we were to cut.
Wouldn't be the first time we ask Ed to stretch it one more year.
No, it would not.
And do you guys do that too? Like, 'cause I know some of the other departments, my assumption is they use you guys to kind of give them the feedback. So I would say community services, the school, they all have stuff on their regular replacement cycle. But I think it would be good to get a total opinion on, which things are really at true end of life, which are ones that, hey, probably have another 1 or 2 years while it's best practice to replace. Again, if it's going to help with the bottom line, to hold on to it for just another year or two, like knowing what those options are, I think would be helpful.
Yeah, to be clear, our equipment replacement schedules, one size doesn't fit all. There's one that's very well thought out for schools. Public Works has its own. Fire is in the process of actually revamping theirs based on some of the new thinking of the new command we have. And all of them were informed by, very detailed understanding of maintenance costs. And I think we've developed a pretty good ability to predict where is that delicate point where keeping another year, you're gonna end up having to replace the transmission or whatever the case is. So there, I've always been impressed with how thoughtful it's not a simple, oh,
Yep.
it's 20 years, let's replace it. That's well thought out. And then there's even a further scrutiny. Can we stretch it a little more, one more year if possible? Okay.
Any other comments, questions?
I actually have a question about, because I know that you guys provide repair services to other municipalities, and I noticed that your revenues are projected to go down, and I didn't know why.
They are. So the main reason behind that is when we initially took on all these municipalities, they had a huge backlog of work that they hadn't been doing. Now that we have taken on their fleet, we've been able to clear that backlog and keep up with the maintenance that they need. So the effect of that has obviously been that we're not doing as much work for them because we don't need to do as much work for them. So that's why you're seeing the decrease there. In terms of profitability and things like that, we're still meeting our goals there. And it's still, a really good program for us in terms of offsetting some of the other expenses that we have for maintaining our fire fleet in particular. There's a lot of specialized equipment and knowledge that goes into maintaining that, and having those other communities really helps to offset. the
Roughly
cost.
speaking, on parts and labor, we have about a 25% margin built into the rates we charge.
I think that was the question I had last budget season was, could we increase the fees that we were charging the other towns? And I think the question that I'd put in the spreadsheet was, do you have a cost study of like literally breaking down, when we provide services to this town, and how does this really cover our department? And are we actually, is it actually profitable? I just saw the decrease, but I mean, that makes sense.
And we did have that discussion during budget discussions with vehicle maintenance on the fees that we are charging, our rates that we're charging. And there is, I believe, 3% each year that would go up.
Yes.
Okay.
Each year in our contracts with them, but we've been taking a good hard look at that, and at some point those might have to be adjusted.
Yep. I was just gonna say, before we ever ventured into this, even with the first contract with first community, our standard was we cannot be losing money. Scarborough taxpayers cannot and will not subsidize any of this. It needs to pay for itself. So I am confident we cover ourselves and then some. There's probably a little more to be had, frankly, because I think even with that sizable margin that we've built in, I think we're still below market. Or they would go to they have no great affinity to us. I think we provide good service at a very attractive rate. So we could probably still go up a little more and still be under what the private sector is charging.
Yeah, I think you can, because I know what the economics are, parts of labor for my little auto repair shop, and I'm assuming that 25% is gross margin. You're not applying any overhead or anything for that. That's just that's what's left over after your parts.
And that was my
Well,
cost
that's-
study question, was like, I mean, are you talking
Profit,
about
essentially.
pensions and?
Yeah, we do have an overhead factor built
Yep,
into
it
it.
is.
I'm pleased to share that analysis with you so you can see what's built into that.
That's what I'm getting, because there's just pure parts labor, 25%.
No.
And could go up, but.
Yeah, no, we have,
Overhead you're burdening on it, then.
the overheads are included in the cost that we charge. So yeah, it is profit, 25% profit.
And then, as you heard me speak earlier, I am interested in Scarborough exploring the idea of a stormwater management fee. And so I am curious, when I look down here, that I feel like there are certain things that would be able to be covered by that. And one of the questions I did have was, is plowing covered by a stormwater management fee? Do you know?
I wouldn't think
I
so,
don't think
but
it is.
So I think it could be argued that it can be. So that's a question I have for you.
Okay.
And maybe we can get a real consultant and do a whole study on it. But it just, I do know that wages and, employee retention is a big thing for you guys. And I just would love to be able to pump some more money into you if we could, maybe not at the benefit of the taxpayers.
sure.
I'll just mention, in using downtown TIF funds, we are covering about $100,000 in traditional public works operating expenses for catch basin cleaning and street sweeping, both are directly related to stormwater management, water quality. It's the first year we've ever brought in TIF funds to offset operational expense of that type.
My question, one, I agree with Counselor Cushing in terms of across the board, looking at all bonded things to see if there's any room to shift things. And anything we do shift, I would want to understand what that means for the broader capital plan, because just moving something to next year, to me, is just going to make next year harder. And so any shifts we do make, I would like to know, what does that mean for like the broader plan? And then my question for you guys, and again, this was one of the things I put in the budget book, or sorry, the questions. And I think it relates to your staffing challenge, right? So in your 2024 projection, you're at about 2.8 million. And then your proposal is at 3.3 million. So there's a $500,000 difference there. And so my assumption is most of that is the 3 positions that can't be filled. That's why we're coming in lower, but that's probably not all 500,000. So what else is kind of causing that for the Public Works Operations Division? I'm on page 124.
Yeah, yep, the proposed versus the projection.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a large portion of that is that we've been down 3 FTEs for and expect to, that's probably $250,000 anyway. I think there's probably some other areas, and we can certainly get you a more comprehensive answer. But if you recall, I think the FY22 audit, there's a significant amount both in public safety and public works that was returned to the general fund. And a significant portion of that multi-million-dollar item or total was actually due to being understaffed for extended period of times in all of those departments. So that would be my leading suspicion without diving into it. But this is attributable to having positions go vacant for a long time.
Yeah. I guess my question would be, with that huge differential, knowing that you guys need more seasonal support that's more expensive, can we absorb it without having to necessarily go up $500,000? Like, is that, it just feels like it's a little bit high to me. And that's where I would like you guys to maybe sharpen the pen a little bit, look at your staffing and see if we can try and, obviously we want to make sure we get those people on board, but if we don't hire the 2, then we're going to have the same thing next year where we're going to have a deficit or a gap. And while that goes to fund balance, I'm assuming, which is always good for us financially as well, given this year, trying to get that as accurate as we can, I think would be good for me. So again, I would just encourage to revisit that particular section and see if there's some room to kind of come back in with maybe some savings that we can have for 25.
I will say, kind of one of the additional challenges is obviously we can't predict what winter's going to be. So the seasonal, the salt, things like that, they're a best guess. We don't want to have a bad winter and be going over those numbers. So they do tend to be a little on the higher end, based on, kind of what we've got in the past, for winter, which past couple of years that hasn't really, panned out. We've had a lot more rain than snow. But no, I think.
And frankly, when the events occur, I mean, if we have our crew doing 2/3 of their plowing shift during their normal working hours, we're not incurring overtime expense.
Well, I remember one budget year, didn't we get some random storms that drove everything up because it was more ice than it was snow, which
and it takes almost twice as long
Yeah.
for the crews. But yeah, if they occur over the weekend or on holidays, all of a sudden the overtime expense really racks up.
Okay.
The other thing I'll just note is that the ice storm and then this heavy snow we just got 10 days ago and all the limbs we have down, that's something that we certainly didn't expect would happen. And we're just looking at what our plans are to help address some of that situation. So though the projections, you're looking at the budget, I suspect some of that's going to be consumed by some extra work we didn't anticipate, frankly.
Yeah, and just another note too, is we were down 4 positions going into this fiscal year. We hired a gentleman in December, end of November, 1st of December, so for half a year. So at the beginning of this fiscal year, we were down 4 positions.
So
Yeah.
do you think we'll actually, like, what's your confidence at this stage that we'll be able to hire those 3 positions? Like, do we feel pretty confident at this point, or again, because this is like, for me, we're carrying this number hoping, which we want, but trying to be real, do we think we're really gonna get 2?
I'm relatively confident we'll get 2. Like I said, I think we're getting a lot more interest now. We are seeing some more applications come in. I believe we've made an offer to one gentleman. And then I have 2 more applicants waiting in the wings that just came in this week. So I'm confident we're moving in the right direction.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, and just going through and spending some time, just like, I
Mhm.
mean, of the difference between the projection and the FY 25 proposed, almost all of those projected expenses are directly related to a very mild winter. You know, we have significant decreases. We're anticipating decreases in contracted plowing, in winter salt, in overtime, all of those things. This was maybe it is the typical year moving forward. We can come to expect it, but I think most people feel like it's an atypical year for those things. So I think to reduce the budget, I mean, the proposed FY 25 budget is only a 5% increase. So to minimize it, that 5% increase, $162,000. There is a significant difference though in what we're projecting in FY 24 and what we're proposing in FY 25. So those numbers very easily could be realized with a more normal or typical winter next year.
Yeah, okay. So there needs to be some,
I think it's great that I think this, if we trend the way we're expecting, this will be more of that positive performance at the end of the year, at the end of FY 24, which will go to fund balance, which will only help this whole equation. But I think reducing the proposed budget, expecting another winter season like we had this year might be ill-advised at this point.
okay.
Counselor Anderson, not to take away from Chip's time too much, but
Mhm.
as we're talking about CIP projects and the timing of when we do those, as we push those into the future, the unintended consequences, we're making our bond issues larger. And when we trip the 10 million mark, then we're subject to arbitrage.
Mhm.
And then the unintended consequences that I'll be coming to you for contracted services to hire a specialist to do those calculations. So if we could keep those thoughts in our mind as we do these discussions, there are unintended consequences of shifting things out in the future.
Yeah, that's where I would want to make sure whatever we shift. It wouldn't just be moving 2 things to 2025 or 2026. It would be, we have to move those things and other
Right.
things.
You end up shifting the whole schedule out.
Yeah.
And that's a tenuous road to go down.
I know, but we might have to for some places. so.
Yes.
All right, great. Well, thank you guys. We appreciate it. All right, Chip's up. Wait. Library.
All right, be easy on him. This is his first year in front of the Inquisition.
I get the clicker? I get the clicker. Oh, nice. Yeah, of course. I'll get this at home. All right, well, good evening. Hope everybody's doing well. So I'm just gonna jump right into this. I got kind of to the brass tacks, but I'll give you a slight overview verbally. The biggest driver is going to be staffing. Libraries are really what makes a library are their staff. Librarians are what libraries are. And we have 7 full-time people, 6 part-times, but not 6 full-time equivalent of making up of our part-time people. For the part-time is about 14 people that makes up the 6 full-time equivalent. They manage 107,000 visitors last year. 206,000 items were checked out. 15,000 people attended programming last year. We expect that to go up significantly this year, especially since on a weekly basis, we see between 50 to 85 people attending our rhythm and rhyme. So it's we're definitely seeing a lot more people.
And pre-pandemic, we were at 206,000, about 202,000. However, we saw 136,000 people coming into the library. So that number is lower, even though our circulation is still holding pretty steady. That's because of our investment in digital items. So that, and you will see that we're hoping to add about $2,000 to that line, which is a very popular line. And that has a completely different pricing structure. If you're ever curious about it, I will happily talk your ear off about it, but we'll save that for another time. But for staffing, we're really just looking at a 4.7% increase for staff. That aligns with just under a 3.5% cost of living adjustment that the Social Security Administration projected back in December, plus the 1.25% step increase that's in accordance with the town schedule of year over year step increases. We had recent turnover of 3 salaried positions the previous year. So the overall line budget increases is much lower than the actual line increases, meaning budget was much higher, but the actual ended up much lower because we have people who are working for a little less money than our experienced staff. We are also anticipating one member to move to full-time upon the completion of their MLIS. And that is in youth services, which there's certainly a need for a few more hours in that department. And there's a vacancy left during COVID that we hope to fill. And that will also address some of our staff retention challenges, if you will. We're hoping that will add a Saturday person and a couple of evening to help with a couple of our evenings. You know, if you have a 9 to 5 schedule, you only have to worry about a single shift. But once you get past 5 o'clock each day, you're looking at an entirely different shift. It's not just one person. You're looking at 2, 3, 4 people to carry through that following shift, and the same for a Saturday. So just to keep people from working 6-day work weeks, which does not retain staff very well at all. And our health insurance premiums increased by 4.25%. So all of that I kind of put under the umbrella. If we actually looked at how this increases the actual for this year, it's 5.1%, just under the personnel and payroll line, and including all of the scenarios that I just mentioned. Let's see, and again, that's a year over year decrease, or actually a year over year very slight increase, less than 2%. So we'll go to increased and flat items. We are supplies and materials. We're roughly even. But I did mention the 2,000 for digital items. Any survey that comes up suggests people want more digital books, and anytime somebody talks to me inside or outside of the context of the library, why don't you have more digital items? I want more ebooks. And also in accordance with our survey, you know, that's also our investment in our personnel because they rated so high within the survey. So I wanted to address the survey in those manners. We received a great rate for natural gas. So we actually were able to trim the projected utilities by $3,900. And it's, let's see, we are expecting a softer landing. Those are really the factors that we have the least control over, and it's been a little gentler this year. Through 75% of this year, it looks like we are right on budget for the $40,000. So that really does kind of hold true to what we were projecting a couple of months ago. Let's see, we are at $58,000 for maintenance so far this year. And that's where we're looking to HVAC replacements. That's really where our overages and expenses are coming from. We've had, since I have started, so in the last 6 months, we've had 3 service calls for way too much heat dumping into one zone and not enough in another. And then another time when the HVAC system was just kind of silent. So it's having that slow death that we're looking at, and it is at that 15-year threshold where the recommendations start. We're starting to see in real time why those recommendations are there for the 15 years. So that is so that gets me started on the CIP here. Let's see. Oh. Say. I might hit a button that sent it back to you. Okay, thank you. So yeah, it's a 15-year-old unit. It's the current brand is an Aeon, and we're looking to spec out Trane IPAC. It's an apples to apples. It's not an upgrade. It's it's nothing fancier than what we have. It's a little newer, so it looks like it's roughly 2% more efficient because it's 200 voltage, 263 voltage unit as opposed to a 263 voltage unit. And it will fit right in the current footprint of where the current unit is. So it is a pretty it should be a pretty simplistic swap, and there was a reason why they suggested that unit for us. And beyond that, we are also looking at a generator. We have raised $55,000 privately. It looks like there was a disaster declared for the storm where we lost electricity for a couple days and lost a day of service. So we could yield some of the $155,000 price tag through that process. Rich Kindlin and I had some great conversations about that possibility. So that could offset some of the expenses for that, possibly up to a third of that. So we would have 2/3 granted that we are successful in that. And the outages are beyond interrupting services. They do cause our servers to wreak havoc. Our phones go down. So the next day when we're trying to get things back up, we're scrambling around and trying to get everything rebooted and ready to go. So that the very large crowd that comes in the next day can join us and stay warm and get their devices charged and, more importantly, telecommute. And I think that the generator will likely be more vital in the summertime because as we get heat waves, we're more of a warming center than a shelter. But during heat waves, people will come in to get air conditioning, and we can anticipate that if power consumption goes massive, we can get a lot of brownouts, blackouts, and that would be a safety issue going forward, addressing a lot of the climate issues that we're all aware of and that are among, I know, your goals and our goals, as well as to not only mitigate but also find ways to manage these impacts as safely as possible. And I am not going to put too much more towards you other than a little fact I like to throw around is we have 9,000 resident adult cards. We actually have more than 9,000. There are 8,600 households in Scarborough, 8,700.
Right.
And your average household in Maine is 2.2 people, are 2.2 people. No, average is. So I think it's really safe to say that well over half of our households in town has a library card inside that house. And when you include youth cards and non-resident cards, which month, so about 300. We're at just shy of 12,000 library cards, and yeah, so it's that's a good number by comparison of other libraries, but also what we do even just compared to our own community. And that's it. Fire at will. What do you have for me?
Yeah.
Karen, you want to go first?
Welcome, Chip. It's always nice to see you. It's nice running into you. I attend the library a lot with my kids used to. Now it's just me. I did have some questions just about the generator, because I mean, I look at your description and I just want to clarify really about, I mean, because you're saying that you work as a warming center or volunteer reception center.
Mhm.
Are you committing, is your staff committing to that the library is going to be open just during library hours? If there's a storm, is your staff committing to getting to the library and being fully staffed?
Yeah.
Because I mean, typically the library closes when weather is bad, which I would not want people driving to work either. So this seems like a flip with suddenly now your staff is, you have an obligation. And my question is this an obligation that you're making with this funding? Is you're saying we were committing to staffing this and having this open anytime that we have a storm?
Yeah, we are going to have a discussion on by how we would expand how we currently operate. We would certainly be able to open more days because we would still have electricity. You know, given that they restore electricity immediately, it would have minimal to no impact. But it really just as an apples to what we currently do, it would do a little more for us. We are looking to expand our hours on those days. We don't know how we can do that. That would perhaps require a little more staffing or work with volunteer groups. So there would be coordination, and we could make that an ongoing conversation. So I could get back to you once we have that discussion.
And it's not that I'm against this. I'm just curious what it is, because right now, I mean, the public safety building is always open and always staffed. So that's an easy, place for people to go, where I'm worried that, suddenly your staff's like, what do you mean? You want me to drive in the storm because you?
But it's not so easy. I mean, Counselor Anderson has been there each of the last two times. We've quickly scrambled to stand one up, and in both occasions, the fire chief is the staff person manning that. So.
Yeah, and I would add, I talked to him a little bit about it, and
Yeah.
I asked, is this like our go-to place for town if there's ever an emergency? And I think I shared with Counselor Shoup, he had said, ideally no, because if they need to do a big meeting, they need that room. And because they're going in and out, while they have the space in the building today, if there's a real emergency, we need a place like the library to go to where people can have a warming center or charge their
Yeah,
stuff.
and then a true shelter would be at the high school. And
Yeah.
that is longstanding, the location, but we do not activate that unless there's kind of really extreme situations, because it just takes a lot of effort to stand that up. And the library nor the public safety building would ever, not even remotely meet the requirements in terms of pet friendly, handicap access, bedding,
Yes.
food. I mean, there's all sorts of requirements. So that's a horse of a different color. We're talking about a warming center or cooling center and a charging center, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what we saw. So having a secondary facility, even though it's not, an absolute certainty that it's always going to be available when we need it, would be a huge help to us.
When I would just suspect more people would think that's where they should be going too. Like I'm curious if people show up there thinking like, hey, maybe the library will be open and I can.
They will more naturally gravitate toward the library because that's where they are comfortable going. And moreover, I think too, to follow up, thank you, Tom, so much for that. We would also, after the critical event is over, things are still going on at public safety and they're going to be overrun. If we have electricity, we're there. As soon as the roads are cleared, the staff is ready to go, and it's safe to have the community to come out of their shelters in place. Going into public safety is going to create a swarm over there when they are a FEMA center and they are trying to do emergency services. We would be that place to where people can strategically go around them to us to where they would normally go. And we would have, and it would just be a much more organic flow. And it would also just,
Yeah, in our experiences, these are typically sometime after the outage occurs, 12, 24 hours. Most people can survive in their homes. They're not going to freeze. And their devices will kind of stay charged. But then, once you get to that, even beyond that 12-hour, then it starts, starts to be an issue.
Mr. Cushing?
How many donors have you had for this generator?
How many donors? We have had, let's see. I lost count at 50. I think we're at 75 now. Yes.
So that's 75 citizens who have felt this was important enough to pony up their own cash.
Yes.
Yes, that's, almost as many people, maybe more than we get in the town meeting for the world. So, thank you. That, it strikes me that it's hard to find better evidence that the town needs something than when people are willing to make a contribution to it. So I'll trust your judgment on whether or not, when you want to keep the library open and the like. I have one other question, though. I know you're looking for a new librarian. Is that correct?
New library director, do you mean?
No,
No.
no, a new.
Are you breaking some news to him?
No. You want another person, another.
Oh, yes, we're looking for a new assistant. Yes,
A
yes.
new assistant. And the school, I believe it is it Wentworth or which is?
I believe it is Wentworth. They're looking for an additional librarian.
They're how many feet away?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, they're pretty close.
Yeah.
If you had any discussions with the school department, because they seem like it's really important to have a librarian over there to keep the learning center, or I forget what they call it, open. And you need one. And, it's always hard to argue with the need. But it also makes sense to me that when we are providing not similar, but almost identical services, that we might think about how to address that issue jointly. I'll just put that out there. As a thought. I don't have any overdue books.
Wonderful. I do.
Great. I don't have any other comments, so again, for this one, Chip, what we talked about at the beginning is just, challenging everybody if there's anything they can do to sharpen their pencil to see if there's anything that can be brought forward. Again, I think you guys put forward a pretty, modest increase, so I don't think there's any room for that, but again, you can join the challenge with everyone. We'd appreciate it.
I'm happy to give it another one.
Yeah.
All right.
Just a final comment on the two COP items. John, I think you'll recall this as a former library trustee. The HVAC replacement is something that has been known for a number of years. I think Nancy has made us well aware of it. It was wrapped into their library expansion project.
Yeah.
And so that is no surprise to me, and I suspect not you. And the generator, I think its time has come. I mean, Nancy, to her credit, has been beating that drum for as long as I've been here. To her credit, in her last few days, she asked that all retirement gifts be put toward this, and so she really,
I think that's what prompted the donations.
yes,
This
no
was her-
question. And the reason that I've advanced it to have it in front of you for consideration is that they've finally done something more than talking. We actually have some tangible money on the
Yeah.
table.
Significant. Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Another break. Okay, another quick minute break and then we'll be back. Get Jen up here.
Our IT director has 26 slides and she has about Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Let's do it.
So 2 things to preface this. We were just talking about the fact that I have just a few more slides than the other department heads. Didn't realize we were sort of consolidating things, but so I'm going to try to gallop through this as quickly as possible, but stop me if you have questions. The second thing is, all through this presentation, I'm going to mention cybersecurity infrastructure, hardware, services, software. Those are things that I'm not going to really go into the weeds on for security purposes, but if you have questions and you want more information, feel free to, stop me afterwards, reach out to me whenever, and I'm happy to go into much more detail. So, wait a minute. It's not the right one. We're going to start on this slide. Just a little bit about our department. So we have 11 full-time staff, and we service 3,800 employees and students. Our staff spread out across both the school department and the town. So we're a shared services department. We actually have 19 locations. I think this is an older slide. We maintain about 16,000 devices. That includes laptops, desktops, projectors, web cameras, and all the mobile devices for both the school, public safety, and the entire town. We also maintain 16 miles of town fiber and all the connectivity that goes with that. So for example, if a new traffic light has to go up, our staff's involved in that connectivity. Respond to 4,500 help desk tickets. That's what we have in the system. But really, in terms of call requests for service, we're probably looking at triple that number. Because if you think about the people who stop you when you're walking down the hall, the people who are just calling you on the phone, Tom's running upstairs, or,
I knew you were gonna mention me in this.
messaging.
Help desk be damned.
I know where she is.
Just yelling help from down the hall. We probably have at least triple that. So in terms of the people who are servicing the audience, we have 11 staff people and we have 3,800 employees. So we're really looking at a ratio of about 1 IT staff person, if it's all hands on deck, servicing about 340 to 350 staff people. And that's not really including the seasonal folks when they come on board. We also provide project management support. I said 5 to 10. It's, always random for town and school-wide projects. And that's really soup to nuts for us. So we will go in if a department requests, particularly if they have a new system, a new application, even new hardware, they will ask us to come in. We'll do everything from initial requirements definition session to vetting the vendors, to conducting surveys, site inspections, and then we'll go all the way through negotiating the contract with the vendor.
Just real quickly, what is the industry standard, if there is one, for the staff to user ratio? Oh, sorry.
I'm glad you missed that, and it's
So
coming
sorry.
up in another slide. But to answer your
I will
question.
be quiet.
Okay, all right, we'll hit that one later. Okay, so some of the highlights in our fiscal year 24. So we led the public safety course selection project where we went through requirements definition. We pulled in folks from Old Orchard and Buxton. At one point, I think we had about 25 people in the room conducting requirements definition. We took that, went out, matched it with different vendors, and we took them all the way through the process of actually negotiating the contract. And then we're assisting with the launch of their implementation. So we've been pretty intimately involved in the technical aspects of getting that system up and running, and it's still in process. Security enhancements, I mentioned, I'm not gonna go into the weeds, but a couple of things that we did was we rolled out multi-factor authentication, which are those hard tokens, the keys to folks who are on the senior staff and have access to restricted or confidential data. We also stood up a couple of firewalls and, different hardware systems. We replaced infrastructure. So we had about 14 or 15 telecom switches this year that needed to be replaced. They were hitting end of life. We probably have another cycle of 14 or 15 for next year. And those will be rolled out as we can do it because we'll have to take systems down, et cetera. We also replaced a key switch because we upgraded our bandwidth tenfold. So in order to do that, we had a switch that was too old to handle that kind of bandwidth, so we had to replace that. We configured and launched cashiering. Cashiering is really our point of sale system But that was a precursor to being able to launch expanded online payments. So right now, if you're a citizen in Scarborough, you can only pay your real estate taxes online. Now that we've got cashiering up and running, once we get online payments up, people will be able to pay almost anything online through the system. We implemented a fiber mapping solution, and that was really to help with the rapid expansion in town. So the fiber mapping solution not only maps exactly where our fiber lines run, whether or not they're above ground, underground, but where the boots are, but it also maps directionality within the cabinets. So for example, when we are out and trying to help with bringing a traffic light up, we know exactly where the fiber is, where we can peel it off, what's available. We have led and assisted with multiple school projects because of course we are cross-functional shared services. And we submitted for and won a grant for new firewalls. Our old perimeter firewalls were hitting end of life at the end of this year. And so we won a $100,000 grant for those firewalls. So community benefits, this is always sort of a tough one because we're like the cables running in the wall, right? You don't really see us all the time. We're sort of like the foundation of your house. But some of the things that we contribute to on a daily basis, pretty much efficiencies through shared services. I can't say enough about this because I talk to other tech directors in other towns and school districts, and really we do recognize a lot of cost efficiencies and resource efficiencies by having this shared service model. So our staff, 11 people, were cross-trained across the town and the school. We can go out, we can work in a classroom, we can help with tech coaches. We also can go over to public safety. We can help them with their network infrastructure, standing up mobile devices. We also realize a lot of cost savings in terms of the resources that we use because we run on the same backbone. So we have shared servers, switches, routers, fiber, and a lot of our core productivity systems like Munis and Google are also on a shared pool that we manage. We ensure uptime and availability for town and school services. So I can't say enough about our staff. During the last storm, we had folks who had to drive in to public safety. We had a system that crashed. We had to try to get that back up and running. We had folks in at 5 o'clock in the morning on Sunday who were still working on that system. We had folks who were alerted during the previous storm at midnight because the room overheated. And we had issues like that. During a storm, you're going to have that all over town. So we are there to, again, behind the scenes, you don't really see us, but we're the ones making sure that your phones work, that dispatch works, that your internet is up, that citizens can communicate with us and we can communicate with them 24/7, 365. Continued technical support for town side projects, and really that's town-wide projects. We also support the schools. So we're providing a lot of technical support as I manage like on the public safety core system, on the online permitting system, pretty much any project that has to be brought up that has a technical back end, that's us. And we facilitate communication. So we have a full-time webmaster on staff. He's part of our group. And he really manages and maintains all the website for both the school and the town, the intranet for the school and the town, and basically any online channels are going to touch Brian somehow. So budget reductions from FY24, the only big budget reduction that we had was in the category of department requests, and it went down 72%. Honestly, this is a crapshoot year to year. Okay, it might go down 72%, it might go up. This is literally what it says. It's requests from departments. So some of the things that play into this, individual department needs change from year to year. And really it's dependent on things like if they have a couple additional FTEs joining the staff, then they'll put in a request for, laptops or desktops or web cameras or speakers or whatever they need. We also accommodate new applications. So for example, with, the new core system at public safety, we did have to get some additional monitors and mobile devices, et cetera. Business processes, so if a business process changes, for example, with cashiering, we had to get some additional point of sale, credit card processing machines, regulatory mandates. So one of the things that's happening this year prior to October, CGIS is going to mandate that our public safety team have multi-factor authentication. So we're going to have to provide them with some equipment. And we covered new staff. So also cyclical replacement. So this year, for example, we are going to, in our CapEx, we're going to be replacing all of the desktops townwide. Our desktops are hitting 10 years old. We're seeing a lot of failures. So any departments that put in a request for a new desktop, we took those out of the department requests category, and those would have been rolled up into that CapEx.
I
And then-
have a question about that. When you say a desktop, are you talking about a full PC box monitor, or are you talking about, I used to know the term for it, but basically a desktop device? It's a keyboard and it's talking to the server, which is giving it whatever software. So
We're talking about a desktop. So we have mini devices that, stick on the back of monitors. We're not necessarily going to have to be changing the monitors or the keyboards or any of the peripheral equipment, but definitely the desktop, the CPUs that we have right now are not going to support the next iteration of operating system coming down the pipe from Microsoft. So we're going to have to, like Windows
you're
11.
replacing physical PCs where the processing
Yes.
power lives in the box
Yeah.
itself as
It's
opposed to.
It's not a big, it's.
Right, it's
Well,
not
I understand you're little.
I marvel at it, but it's literally this big.
The reason I asked the question is, you know, the answer to this, that it's a whole lot different maintaining software security and all of that stuff, where you're basically accessing the central server for whatever your needs are through a device versus having your software reside on the PC and so on and so forth. So if you've got 85 versions of Excel living on individual PCs, that's more costly to maintain than, I guess an example would be if I used Office 365 and I call up, I open a browser and I call up Excel and I'm using the
Right.
software that lives over there. So that was sort of the basis of my question. I don't know
I
if
mean,
I-
you're, yes and no, you're still gonna have some software that resides on your physical PC. You're gonna have, thin clients that reside on there
That's the
too.
word I was looking for.
Okay. To
Thin client.
facilitate, accessing things. As much as we can, we've moved things to the cloud because that reduces costs in the long term. You've got less disaster recovery, business continuity costs in terms of your backups and, storage, and less recovery time. So, there's a lot of things that factor into that. There's not as much, if I were to roll back the tape 15 years, there's not as much software and other, gunk and traffic on that PC anymore. But, we still have to, on the flip side of that, the requirements for these PCs have really changed over time too. Even in the past 5 years, you're just seeing so much more streaming media that's required for things like training, online training. And, in the school district, we see a lot of educational, seminars and webinars and things that are coming through. So there's a lot of requirement, we're seeing, some of the software that's coming through too, even to access it and download what you need to, you still need a lot more processing power on them. So we're seeing failures. After 10 years, a decade old, desktop is going to fail and it's hard to get parts for it. It's hard to replace. So, any other questions about that though? Okay. So the other thing that we did is we moved a lot of the initial requests. We used to have departments put requests for new applications and services into the department request budget. And we've moved that initial request out. They're putting it in their CapEx budgets now. The reason for that is really they are best equipped to justify why they need those particular applications and systems. And then after they're approved and we implement, we'll move the maintenance costs back into the software maintenance or hardware maintenance line items for IT. But not to say that next year, we're not going to see a bunch of departments that need laptops or monitors or, you know, whatever. So this is just representative of our budget increases over 5%. And just to be clear, this is FY '24 to FY '25. Obviously, the one that sticks out here is the 67% increase for software. There's 25% increase for hardware, 22% increase for internet services, which honestly, given the baseline cost of that, it's not a whole lot, but I put it in there because there's some things that I want to highlight. So
Can
to
I
put it-
just ask a quick question?
Sure.
'Cause it's the software piece that's the big kahuna for you and my question, which I don't know if it was clear in the question document, but are TIF funds being used to support the $400,000 increase? And are they qualified uses, especially for the ones that were funded with TIF funds?
The answer to your first question is no. No TIF funds are currently proposed to be used. I suppose for the core system, software related to the core system of public safety, I think it could be argued that that would be eligible.
Okay, I think that's something to definitely, as we relook at TIF monies and where it goes, like this is something we have to fund. And so I would like to say, if we can use it, I would like to use TIF funds if we can, to make sure that we, you know, again, reduce the appropriations and make sure that we're using that, which might mean we have to push out some other TIF things as a result.
Yeah, I'd like to have, if we could, maybe a detailed discussion around what I've proposed and what our potential for additional use is.
Okay.
Okay.
So I was planning to propose using TIF funds for two items. One was the online permitting system, because I think that fits well into one of the categories. And the other was the fiber mapping system, because that's not huge dollars, but that's really needed because of the expansion in town. And we really are finding a need to better track our fiber. And it will also help in case of emergency management. So if we have an outage somewhere, we're going to have one place to go to where we can say, okay, we can peel a strand off here and use it.
Mhm. And are these going to be like recurring, like now that we're spending almost $1 million in software maintenance, are we going to be doing that every year now at this
Yes,
point?
This is going to be year over year. So let me go into some of the detail of what this is. So our software maintenance line item has increased 67%. That is equivalent to $416,000 rise. A lot of that has to do with the New World Public Safety Core System, as we all know what that is, right? That's over CAD system. It's our mobile enforcement and fire inspection. Keep in mind, though, that as big as that number looks, 40% of that is going to be a reimbursement from Old Orchard. So we do have a revenue line item to offset that cost.
Okay.
Online permitting system for planning, I think Autumn talked about that earlier, but we're still in the process of negotiating that contract. I'm really hoping to have that wrapped up by the end of next week. And that might come down a little bit. So I'm kind of waiting to see where we settle. E-health records for community services, cashiering, we talked about Executive Insights, which is an analytic application for finance. Vector is a online scheduling, and then it's a online library of training materials, and it's asset management for their controlled substances and vehicles. That's for both PD and fire department. Google licensing, this is just something that we don't really have a lot of control over. As you expand staff, you have to get more licenses. And Google has ticked up the cost of their licensing over the last, couple of years. So that's one of those things that is what it is. And then security enhancements, as I mentioned, we, have a back end for the multi-factor authentication. We did implement another layer of email filtration security. So that was another system. And there's some other systems that are complex that I won't go into, but we have put those in place. So that's what is sort of making up that $416,000. But of that, $84,000 will provide an offset from Old Orchard.
Which of these different items puts the biggest strain on your staff? Like, is it, not only are you guys servicing 1 to 350 people, but as we're investing more in technology to help us do our jobs better and provide services, how does that impact your staffing burden as well?
they're stretched very thin. I mean, because they also tend to serve as either the primary or the backup administrators, right? So we'll be sort of end user administrators, but on the technical back end, there's nobody else to be the technical administrators. So if you, for example, within New World System, our staff had to go in, we had to put in a couple of brand new VPNs, configure those, stand those up, test them for authentication. We're also working on a virtual messaging system for that with the state of Maine. So it's a lot of meetings, a lot of work, it's a lot of hardware configuration. And we don't necessarily know all the details. So it's a lot of research and study for our team too, trying to understand exactly what they're trying to accomplish. So yeah, it's a lot. And as we stand up all these systems, we're going to find a need, as you will see shortly, for a systems administrator. So somebody who can help us on that sort of front end and middle end.
I have a question about that. It sounds to me like you've done a wonderful job building a very sophisticated IT department that provides services for other users, the school department, Old Orchard Beach. And what is the potential? When I think about smaller towns, to expand the service and make it more revenue producing and more efficient.
As like a service bureau model?
Yeah, and I say that I'm coming from the perspective of having, my version of Tom's IT world was medical practices spread out over big geography, lots of people, blah, 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 and having to be pretty lean. Made no sense to me to have an IT department because what I ended up with is one or two artists who sort of did things their own way. So I would outsource it. I would just buy a company that had the sophisticated skill set. They would maintain all of the smart people that I couldn't possibly even know how to pick. And so applying that model, Scarborough seems to be big enough to sort of have a shared service model where you could be central IT to lots of other communities. And I'm just wondering if you've discussed that. Is it a cuckoo idea for reasons I don't understand? Or is it an opportunity?
We have sort of brainstormed that in the past, just internally within the department. Our issue right now is we have so few staff and so many users as it is that we can't even catch up with what we have. So I think for us to start sort of dreaming big of, potentially serving as a service bureau model, I think the potential is there, but it would require a large investment. So, you would have to, it's risk and reward, right? And I think that you'd have to gamble and hire a much larger staff. Potentially, there's really no space. So we would have to have some space. You would have to have, some centralized infrastructure. And then, I think that you could do it, but before you saw a return on that risk, it would be 3 to 5 years out. So, it's something to keep in mind. And it's definitely something that I think we have a really incredibly talented crew in IT, and it's something that I think that they could take on. But,
Jen, we only have 2 more minutes before we have to get the school.
boy.
So
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have them close this door, so we can run past 6 if we need to, so hopefully it's not too disruptive, but we're gonna close that door while we're talking.
so maybe 5 more minutes. I know we have some things we have to do after this at 6 too.
Like I cheated from Public Works. Okay, next, increase over 5% hardware, so 25%, that's representative of $18,000. This is really, again, unavoidable. It's multi-year maintenance contracts that we renew, so it's just a matter of when they come due. We have a bunch that are coming due in FY25. Although we got the larger firewalls on a grant, we do still have to pay maintenance on them, and they are very large and very sophisticated firewalls, so, and brand new, so it's gonna cost us something. We right-sized the budget for equipment, break, fix, and replacement, so kind of taking a look back at where we were before. I think during the pandemic, we really increased the number of laptops and web cameras and, mobile equipment that we had. That never really went away because we still have staff that work in a remote setting. And then we had equipment that we had to purchase for things like cashiering with the POS machines, and we now can print our own titles and excise, but we had to get special printers, et cetera. So, and cybersecurity infrastructure. Internet services, this is only an increase of $5,000, representative 22%. But it was just an additional circuit that we brought up for public safety core system redundancy, just to make sure that we had that additional connectivity. I'm going to skip this slide. Sorry, Norm. Because this to me didn't really highlight exactly what we needed to highlight. So this shows you a much clearer picture, I think, of the 5-year historical look back. Again, you're going to look at that software category and go, whoa, it's 167%. But if we go into it, you can kind of see the biggest increase is really from FY24 to FY25. And the other increases were really because about 5 or 6 years ago, we made a conscious decision that we were going to centralize software costs and licensing costs in IT. So all these things that were spread out all over the place so that we could track them, maintain them, make sure that they were paid on time, and we knew how many licenses we had, too many, too few. We could really kind of monitor and maintain that and make sure that our system stayed compatible with the applications that we had. We talked about remote solutions, new software systems, Google licensing. I'm racing through this. Okay, hardware increases, again, multi-year contracts renewed. Wait, am I going the wrong direction? Internet services, I only threw this in here because we talked about the additional circuit for public safety. But in terms of the fiber costs for North Scarborough Fire Barn, so those have doubled over the last couple of years. What happened was that fire barn is not within our town fiber ring. So we put that fire barn on the 3-ring binder, which now is First Light. So I'm only highlighting this because in the 10-year CapEx view, I have put in just sort of a placeholder to be able to run town fiber out to North Scarborough, bring the North Scarborough Fire Barn into the loop. And then that also provides, that's, a lot of developable land out there. And if we choose that to put any other town-owned entities, it will provide a fiber path from which we can peel off strands and connect. Discretionary versus non-discretionary, we really don't have any discretionary spending in IT. Most of our budget's contracted services. So you're already in multi-year contracts for software, for hardware, for systems, for applications, cybersecurity applications. We do not want to roll that back. Hopefully at some point I'll be doing a workshop with you guys on cybersecurity so you can kind of see the clear and present danger, the threats that are popping up constantly. We do have regulatory mandates. I think I mentioned, for example, CJIS is going to require that we provide hard tokens to folks over in public safety by October. Internet connectivity, you can't, enough said there. Hardware replacements, cyclical replacement of not just the desktops, but the routers, the switches, the servers to make sure everything's running. And then systems training, I think that's probably the one place where people would look and say, well, that's, discretionary. But really, if you're going to continue to stand up all these systems, you have to train your people on how to manage and maintain them. Do you want me to go through alignment with council goals, or are we skipping? Do you want me to just...
Maybe we can go to questions at this point.
Okay.
I think.
Do you want to go through the CapEx?
Do you guys want her to go through the CapEx, or do you feel like from what you read?
No, I believe you.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Well, I think,
We've talked about hard tokens, desktop, a lot of
To me,
it.
this is one of the areas that I have some familiarity with, so I don't need to ask quite as many questions. I have one bigger question without getting in the weeds on security. Do you do like vulnerability assessments where, sort of to understand what is the vulnerability to getting a ransomware attack, for example?
Yeah.
So you got that covered.
We do, yeah. We do pen testing, we do vulnerability assessments. I conducted a tabletop exercise last summer with my staff to kind of go through and provide a gap analysis and then, figure out from our incident response planning what was really needed. We have yet to do a tabletop exercise with the broader district emergency management team, which is something that's on my list to do. But we definitely need to, talk to folks about what would you do if you had to resort to pen and paper. But I did draft an cyber incident response plan for the town and the school district. So we have that, that's very handy, that's updated on a regular basis. We participate in regional and federal cybersecurity groups, so we stay on top of things. And I have been presenting on behalf of CISA and Homeland Security throughout the state on things like cybersecurity, ransomware, supply chain attacks, phishing, smishing, vishing, all of the potential attack vectors. Yeah, so we try to stay on top of that. It's a moving target. I mean, if you know IT, it's always changing.
Any questions, Karen?
I really don't. I mean, I understand and appreciate the necessity of everything that you're asking for. I don't have an in-depth knowledge of IT, but I understand what you need it for, so,
Yeah.
no.
I think for me, again, just if we can find potential TIF funds to use to support this and what that means for other TIF requests. And then, similar to Angela, I feel like you're so core to operations for the town and we're all so much more reliant on technology. If we can get there with our budget goal to see if there's a way to get Jen that FTE, I'd like to understand if it's possible, because I do think you need the help. And I'm worried that we're creating our own vulnerability by not having the support you need, especially if we're investing so much in technology and we're investing in all that software that we have to do now. And all the students have computers and are doing stuff at home. I feel like we're gonna be in a situation where if you don't have enough people, we're gonna get people banging on our doors upset because things aren't going well.
Yeah, or you're gonna have a major system outage or,
Yeah.
something like that. To answer your question, though, the industry standard in a complex environment that we have is 1 to 45. So we're
Yeah.
way beyond.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's not sustainable where we are now.
Definitely not to make a shared services model, but
How many people do you have total now? You said.
11.
11.
Yeah.
I remember you bringing this up last year.
Yeah,
And it stuck with me last year, but we just kind of didn't do anything. But this year, if we can, maybe, but again, I think it's gonna be tough because we have a goal to hit, so.
Just a parting comment, and it's somewhat in response to Councilor Christian's question. IT is one of the field that's most applicable to the private sector. When we're going out to hire IT staff, we are competing directly with, and that's really almost unique in across of our employee base. And the other thing I'll just share in terms of other communities, you heard Public Works talk about conditions of fleets. Those were good vehicles that just weren't taken care of. What I expect we would find in other communities is that they've got duct tape and baling wire, really antiquated systems that are scary. And the thought of us stepping in and taking responsibility of managing those systems that need to be totally replaced and upgraded is frightening, frankly.
I think there would be minimum system requirements.
Yeah, fair enough. They
Going in.
probably wouldn't want to make the investment we would require.
Yeah.
Frankly.
Thank you.
And Jen is leveraging her volunteer resources at the high school with the IT help desk.
Oh, yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah, the help desk at the high school is amazing. In their second year, in their first year, most of them completed their A+ certification. So now they're going on to their network certification. They have helped out with deployment, with collection. They've helped out with day of coding throughout the entire district. So now we're starting another one at the middle school for those students, but it provides some more hot hands for us.
So that's her recruitment strategy.
It is. There's a systems administrator somewhere.
Digital natives.
Yeah, there you go.
All the way around.
You guys are welcome to come up. The school is next.
Apply, both of them, nice, both of them apply. Cool stuff.
50 minutes.
I guess we're not.
I think, you know, if you have questions, I think there's gonna have to be the next meeting. Okay. Guess what, guys? Kate brought paper.
Shocking.
Great.
Like a lot of paper.
A lot of paper.
Yeah. Where do you want me? Am I in here? Well, Shannon's coming too.
Shannon?
so She's on her
Sure.
way.
Also, scoot through.
She's just texting me. I am hurrying. I'm in Portland. She's on her way back from.
We might need to
Bangor.
pause for a moment until we get started, if you can pause.
No.
Are we waiting for Shannon or no?
No. Great, and we got a nice reduction, and that's making me really happy.
How much
This
total
thing is a
cash?
work in process. Scott,
Always
work in progress. So this document is something we invented a few years ago to track the differences that happen, the changes that happen between first and second reading. It might look familiar to you, Karen, I think, or John. It's basically the block at the top is what the school board passed at first reading, which is then what the town council has at first reading for the school budget. And then the middle part is all the adjustments that we're gonna make between that time and our second reading, which is on May 2nd for the board, and then a little bit later for you guys. So to make it simple, we got our anthem rates. We originally had budgeted for an 8% increase, which was a guesstimate based on prior year increases, you know, averages over time. And we got an increase of a little over 3%, which is just delightful. I was terrified because they told us that the maximum increase for the state was going to be 11% and change, 11%. And a lot of my fellow districts, a lot of my business manager friends are out there going, oh my God,
but we lucked out. And so the reduction value of that, you can see actually in three places. The big one is the $336,000 coming off of the general fund, the K-12 operating budget. And then down at the bottom, we've got little bits for adult ed and school nutrition because they have to be noted in their separate funds.
Yeah.
And then there are a couple of other things on here that we're working on. You can see sort of empty spaces where we're still waiting for some information to be able to make changes. So we're not done, but that is a really, really nice gift.
Yeah, that's great.
So we did share that with Tom. We danced into his office with this piece of paper a little earlier and.
Did she really dance?
She did.
You don't,
Did Tom dance back?
you don't,
No.
you don't, yeah.
Tom doesn't dance.
Completely professional. in every way. There was no dancing. There was a smile though. He cracked a smile.
Yeah.
He did.
Well, that's great. Well,
That's nice.
so you guys missed our opening when we talked a little bit. So I think it's just important maybe that we just revisit that for counselors to share their thoughts. So again, you know, everybody obviously did such a great job starting this process, trying to make sure that we were, you know, very modest with what we requested and what we needed. But as you guys participated in the workshop, not all the staff did, you know, we're still committed to trying to get to that 5% goal, and we need everybody's help to get there. And so we'll have some thoughts today, share with you guys. Obviously, everybody will go back and do more work. But, you know, these aren't, the questions we're asking aren't intended to be, you know, challenging or anything. It's really what's top of mind for us as we look at the budget to try and make sure we can get to that 5% net budget. So we need your help. We definitely need the school's help in particular because you guys are a huge part of the budget. And so the only way we're going to get there is with your help, and you guys kind of gave us a gift to start with. So this is a great step forward, but you know, we need to keep at it. So that's my comments. I don't know, Counselor Cushing or Shuko, if you want to share anything, ladies first.
Sure. So I mean, I'll reiterate what I said at the beginning of the workshop today was just that I think specifically for the residents this year, the revaluation is on their mind. And so I think what we've been looking through departments is, you know, is there certain things maybe that you could defer for a year? Is it maybe something you could wait for? Is it really actually going to hit your budget this year? I think through some of our conversations, we've heard that maybe some things could be pushed. And thirdly, I think, you know, we are just asking questions to show taxpayers the justification for the things that are in your budget. So I think we just kind of want to dive a little deeper this year so we can show the taxpayers, you know, we did the best we could, but this is what our budget is and this is why.
I think that, and I've said this before to all of you, I've listened to all the budget presentations. I can't quibble with any of the representation of the needs. And it's not going to be a surprise to any of you because I've put my concerns in writing. And candidly, I've yet to have a serious response. So I'm going to cut right to the chase. I think, unless I'm missing something, I miss an email or somewhere?
I don't think I missed an email.
Well, no, I sent an email to Shannon and to Kate, which outlined my specific concerns, specific to the fact that we have a lot of people in this town who don't get direct benefit from the school, and that we are in a time frame where a lot of people's taxes are going to move around because of the revaluation, et cetera. And my advice is particularly given the fact that we are looking down the road to ask the taxpayers again to solve the problem of replacing somehow our schools, that this would be a very good year to be pretty prudent. And I think 4.7% was a good shot. And I think there's another $1 million in it. Okay. And so I am, and I think we are committed to getting to 5%. 5% is, it would be a reduction in cash money. It's much easier to talk in those terms of about $1.2 million. I think that the school side of the budget is proportionately larger. And so I think that when I've reviewed the budget, with the increase in the health insurance anticipated, my sense was that we could probably find that money somewhere. And it would be prudent to find it, given the fact that a lot of this budget consumes $2.9 million of new money from the state, which is uncertain. Okay, that could go away tomorrow. And so, so for me, I've tried to say this gently multiple times. So now I'm going to say it straight up serious. You just got a bonus, so now you've only got roughly 650,000 left to find. But my suggestion would be to find it, and not for me to go through and say, well, geez, I think you could get rid of 2, you know, of the 11 ed techs you're requesting, or maybe you could share, which I think you might consider, is actually sharing that librarian position with the position that the library wants to add. I think that there are a number of ways to get there. As a representative of the town, it's, I think, appropriate to ask questions, make suggestions, but ultimately those decisions are up to you. So I can only speak for myself. I'm looking for a sharper pencil to that number, now $750,000, and then I will feel good about this budget. So I'm speaking for myself. So, and I've reviewed it. I've spent hours with it. Okay, that's what I come up with.
So do we want to, Kate, do you want to take a moment to just kind of do a quick review for the public and for Karen, just to kind of do a quick.
We have our slide deck.
Yeah.
It's probably longer than you want it to be. But I think our team can take you through that. And basically we took the same template that you used for all the town departments. I would like to take just a minute, Dawn, to say that we have, I think, produced quite a lot of material that will be responsive to your questions. And I think that what the only disconnect is that we've been producing it on the school board finance committee's questions, which were very similar to yours, and we haven't shared it out yet. So part of this stack here is hopefully responsive to some of the detail that you were looking for. And once we have it in your hands and you find that it does not answer all of the questions, then we can move from there. Can I ask one question about the finance committee's process now? Because you guys have gone a little bit different route with these workshops, but you are going to continue to keep doing meetings after this?
Yeah, so we're going to continue to meet weekly. And I think coming out of this session, the session tomorrow, we're using it to kind of give Tom and staff and you guys some direction that hopefully those items can move forward so that we can address any outstanding suggestions, questions at subsequent meetings. And I know we have a joint finance committee meeting on the books in May to potentially kind of before the workshop, I think, compare all of our notes and say where we're at, so we can go into that workshop with the, you know, the latest position so that people know that's where we are at the public hearing, and then use the public hearing to kind of make those final recommendations. So there will be multiple check-ins, and there might need to be a specific meeting in the next 4 weeks that we make specific for the school, depending on the progress you guys make and the things you want to share with us.
Yeah. And I'm just feeling like the burden of the massive amount of information that we need to share and the time in which we need to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I have the clicker. You guys want to talk? You hear too much of my voice. We started out with some backing up to the past 2 years in the investments that have been made. So Jeff, you want to hit that one?
Right. So And this is part of our yearly budget process when we started, right? Is we look at, okay, what were some of the new investments that we made in previous years and what was the impact? And Kate, this is something that I think all districts in Maine, frankly, all districts across the country have been dealing with a bit of a fiscal cliff this year as part of the budgeting process because of the elimination of federal COVID monies. And there have been a lot of districts that have used, and Scarborough included, that used the COVID relief funds over a period of since 2021, and rightly so, to fund positions for additional supports for kids. And the problem with that, however, is that when that federal money is gone, and now it's gone, either those positions get cut because, or they transfer into the local budget. And something that we've been very deliberate about doing is the positions that, coming out of COVID, that we still need to support the needs of our kids. We've stepped it down over a period of the last 2 fiscal years to make sure that there isn't this all of a sudden cliff of funding that is no longer there. So we've been very planful and thoughtful with assistance of the town and the town council to do that, so that we're not facing all of a sudden 3 positions that were previously funded by ESSER or ARPA, and now the taxpayers have to absorb. So that's off the books and is part of meeting the needs of our kids for last year and this year. So that said, this slide just kind of goes over. So retaining 3 classroom teachers that were formerly grant funded was part of that. We were able to maintain the targets for class size at all levels because of that. We added a guidance counselor for our K-2 primary schools, which has just been a huge support for all of our youngest learners. And then again, we've talked about this last year and into this year. Our number of MLL students, which historically has been very low in Scarborough, has grown significantly in the last couple of years. And so adding that additional 1.0 FTE multi-language learner teacher and 2 ed techs last year was supremely critical in order to meet the needs of a lot of our new Mainers that are now with us here in Scarborough. And then also the additional support in literacy, our resource room teachers, speech pathologists, and activities coordinators. The things that went into the FY24 budget last year have really had an impact in meeting the needs of our kids. If we go to the next slide, our K-12 SEL specialists, academic support for learning, continual credit recovery at the high school in particular, which prior to this position, there was really no way for high school students to stay on, or it was much harder for high school students who are on the precipice of potentially dropping out to make up credits and to graduate on time. We've implemented credit recovery over the summers, which has been a huge impact for some of our kids at risk in high school. So a lot of these investments from the last 2 years have really paid off. And that really leads into this year, and some of these, as Kate has mentioned, a lot of these slides we've shared already publicly and have gone through and really focused on where we are. If you go to the next slide.
I just wanted to mention, Jeff, this one is really responsive to some of the questions that came up in our finance committee and also through Dawn and others. This is a little bit more of a graphic representation of 2 things. One is the breakdown of the types of expenditures that are included in our budget. And we have in our budget book charts that show how the expenditures for FY25 are broken down. But what we didn't have was a transition from 24 to 25 and what that looked like and what was new and what was reduced and what was level services. So I think, this is one of the things I think will be responsive to some of the questions that Dawn was having. And I have this all on paper and in Excel and charts and linked and stuff.
I like this chart. One thing that I would be curious though is, particularly for salaries, wages and benefits, what are we forecasting as FY '24 actuals? Because if we're doing budget year to budget year, my understanding is there's 24 open positions that weren't filled. And so are we gonna, while we're saying here it's going up 2.7 million,
Right.
if we were to look at,
Is it from budget, from actual to budget? I did want to say something about that because the question's been going around in a few different ways about open positions and the snapshot that we have when we budget for human beings is a moment in time. And for everyone who is not on a contract, which means everyone who's not a teacher or an administrator, it is a constant turnover throughout the course of the year. So what you see when you see my FTE chart, which is in one of these stacks, and I think in a chart up here, is what I saw on December 6th. Or what I saw when I was writing the chart of who we now have on staff. In the meantime, we could have filled a position, we could have dropped a position, people are, resigning and unfortunately leaving, but also being hired throughout that process. So I take your point in a financial sense of, what do we think we're going to land with for year end? And I think, that's a piece of the work that I'm doing right now.
Right.
But in terms of the FTEs, it's a little more complicated because it's such a cycle, right? And we're striving all the time to fill those positions.
what's your typical, because I know on the town side, right, it's like there's 10 FTE-ish, I think, this year that we have unfilled. Which again, I don't know if that's typical. We end every year with about 10 positions unfilled, but is that in the realm of reason
Well,
for you
if
guys?
Really what the snapshot that I have is budget to budget. And that's the problem, right? It's not necessarily actual to actual because I could have a person who's here today and gone tomorrow and a new person here the next day filling that position. So in terms of the FTEs that we have open right now, I would say it's a little higher than what we've had in recent years.
Okay.
I have a couple of notes here about that. For ed techs, when I counted last, we had 8.4 FTEs. Last year we had 8.1, again, at the time of counting for budget. Year before that, it was 7, so a little bit down. Same thing with bus drivers. We had 6 open positions when I started counting this year. We had 5 last year. We had 2 the year before that. So that's a biggie. With custodians, it's been a huge jump in open positions. So the other piece that ties into that and is part of all these conversations that we've been having is the contract bargaining, collective bargaining for wages and benefits and being competitive. And I've heard pretty much everybody in the room all throughout these processes saying, we really need to get competitive so that we can, beat this tough labor market in all of these areas. And so when you're looking back and saying, well, what was it like 2 years ago? That was at the beginning of a contract cycle for all these groups, right? And they'd already gone out to the, to surrounding areas and done regional comps and figured out, well, over in Gorham, you can pay a custodian this. So we probably ought to be somewhere in the average of those surrounding districts so that we can, we can compete for workers. Now we're at the end of the 3-year cycle. So I think you can really draw a line between the unfilled positions and the decline in our competitiveness in that contract.
Right, and we're getting to the point where not only is it about not only is it about needing to attract people to come work here, but it's also making sure that we're not losing people to other districts.
Right, because it's not a very far commute to a lot of.
Yeah.
So this one is something you've seen a few million times. It's just a summary of our 3 operating budgets and then the non-tax revenue and then the net at the bottom. So the gross increase in the education budget overall is 7.18. The increase, we call it the increase to the tax request because we're not setting the tax rate. We're not setting the net budget. We're just a piece of that. But we're the, we show ourselves separately as.
Yeah, and I would just point out, like, in terms of general purpose aid from the state, there's a very specific and in-depth formula, through the essential program services model that determines what your subsidy is. So when that's fully funded, it's based on your demographics, percentage of students who are on IEPs, your general education students, how many students there's different weights for students in terms of socioeconomic status as well as multi-language learners, and then how many, based on ratios for student to staff, how many teachers you should have, how many counselors, admin, all that kind of stuff. It's all boiled into that EPS formula. And so us getting an increase in that subsidy, in large part is reflected of, our population of students that we're serving. I mean, so that there is an impact there. It's not always perfect. And there are years where, your enrollment stays pretty stable and everything stays pretty stable and your subsidy changes. But, there is some rhyme and reason to that. It's not just, hey, that money could just go away in the next year. It's based on a model that's been in place in Maine for many years.
How much of that, though, the certainty of that, to Counselor Cushing's comment, is driven by the current state administration? And if they change, could that change what we get from the state? Meaning, like, if somebody much more.
Yeah,
Could.
it's the size of
It
the pie,
certainly
right?
could,
yeah.
Because your piece of the pie is a proportionate amount. Same with main revenue sharing, right? And if the pie is made smaller because the legislature doesn't appropriate those funds, or the governor doesn't put those funds in their budget, then for sure, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean,
For any-
just historically, during the LePage administration, it was pretty challenging sometimes to try and predict what your subsidy was going to be. And, and my position, we had some years where we had all of a sudden a whole lot of additional state money after the budget had already been passed. That happened 2 different years, and then other years where you're expecting X amount and it's significantly less. So, but I would say, the last several years, it's been a lot easier to predict and try and budget and plan for, because it's been, for the most part, sticking to the EPS formula.
Okay.
As it's been laid out.
And the question has come up for us in finance. Well, what happens if we don't have that money next year? And, my sort of glib answer is, well, I look back to 2009, 2010, when the bottom fell out of the economy and we cut positions.
Yeah.
We cut 40 positions between those 2 years.
Hmm.
And, that's not really what you want to do, but you play the hand you're dealt, and so I think the idea is not that we assume that what we have today will always be the way that it is, but we work with what we have today for the students that we have in front of us right now and the needs that they present to us.
I have a question with respect to the enrollment targets. Roughly class size ranges on the low end from 16 to 18. Is that sound about right? So
Depends on the
yeah, I
phase.
mean, there's a chart, and
Yes.
so, but when I look at the actuals compared to what the desirable range is, then we are pretty close to the left-hand side of the continuum. Is that fair to say that our class sizes are at the lower end of the range versus at the higher end of the range?
I would say overall, we're right in the range. So there are grade levels where we're a little bit on the lower side, and then grade levels where we're a little bit on the higher side. It's impossible to be perfect every time and keep it balanced, because you're going to have cohorts of kids going through the grades, right? Like, you'll have unusually large cohorts. So for example, when we talk about some reductions that we made, we have, so for this incoming fall, our 7th and 8th grade levels are small cohorts of kids. So that when we talk about having 2 fewer middle school teachers. We're using the fact that we have fewer students in those cohorts, but then conversely, you know, part of a new request to maintain optimum class size is an additional teacher at Wentworth, classroom teacher at Wentworth, because we have an unusually large 5th grade class. So requiring an extra homeroom in order to stay in that range. So, and then as you get into the middle school and high school, you're no longer just, here are your teachers, here are your kids, divide them evenly, right? I mean, kids are on teams, and then you get to the high school and they each have their own individual schedules. So it's impossible. You're never going to have like the perfect balance of class size given that. So all that said, what we did was that 5th grade teacher, for example, is funded by, you know, having less teachers at the 7th and 8th grade levels to try and keep that efficiency in play, and then make sure that we are staying in those class size ranges that are ideal.
I think too, just to piggyback on what Jeff's saying, I think that the small number to the left-hand side, if you will, really comes into play when you're looking at the high school. And that's almost like an anomaly, because to Jeff's point, those are kids that are not, you don't have X number of teachers and X number of students, and you divide that number out and it works easily. That's not how the math works. You have students that are on very specialized path. You have students that do vocational school. You have students that specialize and take classes like Latin that they want to take, right? And so the numbers don't exactly pan out like they do at the K-5 levels. That is really easy to divide out and figure out.
Let's let them keep going, and then we can ask questions as we go.
Yeah, and I just wanted to highlight on that budget overview where the tax request is at 4.68%. So as Kate mentioned at the outset, we do have adjustments between first and second reading. So now, you know, with the Anthem rates coming back at 3% as opposed to 8% what's budgeted, that 4.68% is now down to just a hair over 4%.
What is the actual, Don said 1.2 million. Is that the actual amount we need to target to get to?
5%.
To get to
Yep, and that can be done through a combination of revenue or expenditure reductions.
So we're a quarter of the way there with this, which is great, the Anthem piece.
Right, and again, there's like, I think Kate has probably mentioned, so she's blue in the face, there's always adjustments that will happen between that first reading and second reading.
Right.
Sometimes
and
it's
so
good
there are
news, sometimes
adjustments
it's not.
that there are adjustments that we make, but there are also adjustments that happen to us, right? So that's the part where we just say, oh, gosh, thanks. We hope we say thanks. Don't like scream and throw things.
Kate, do you have any other ones that would be of a significance?
That's the big one that I've been waiting on.
I remember this one from last year.
Yeah, the only other one that may have an impact is work comp, and we have a review with MEMIC next week, or I guess not next week because that's vacation week, week after. It'll be a while before we actually get solid numbers from them, but that would be the only one that could be a significant amount.
Okay.
And then the other one that's new this year, and the town will be thinking about this as well, is the paid family leave, the state paid medical leave.
What are you carrying? 200,000 for
We're
that?
carrying about 200,000 for that. And, you know, I look at the Department of Labor's FAQs every day and they tell me.
Yeah, I'm not going to hold my breath that we're going to get better
We're
guidance.
not going to get a lot of guidance on that. So maybe we can collaborate. a little bit.
0.5% payroll tax just for the.
Right,
We're carrying 100 or so.
about 100,000.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's another place where I want to do some math, but, you know, it's not gonna, I don't think the outside world's gonna tell us much. That's. Let's see what else. Okay, so this is a chart that shows 4 years worth of just human beings, salaries and benefits. And the 3 segments are level services, which means close the door in June, open the door in September. Serve the population that shows up with the programs that we have now. And so we're looking at enrollment and we're looking at kids going through the grades and their needs changing, but for the most part, it's just status quo, right? And then mandated new in this definition is those services that are driven by special education IEPs. And then the top layer is other new, which is our discretionary approved choices for added positions, right? So that would be like the new teacher at Wentworth, where we have a class size situation that we wanted, or a class ratio situation.
The top one is 668. Is that what you're referencing, the yellow?
I do have that too here, Don, so you can see it. And I know it's a little bit blurry, but we can share them electronically too, so that you can blow them up and make them easier to read.
Isn't that called out and broken out in your budget presentation as well?
Yes,
Yeah.
in a couple different ways. We also have a chart in this stack that shows you year by year what was requested new, what was approved new, the FTEs and the costs. So I think there'll be a significant amount of detail that we could dig into. Let's see, so budget cost drivers, again, operating costs, just some basic bullet points about the challenges that we're facing, which I think we've talked about quite a bit.
Yeah, just one thing I wanted to add on the enrollment and class size. It does get a little tricky with the 3 K-2 schools to balance it. So you sometimes will see, like if you're looking at actual class sizes in the 3 schools, some on the low end, some actually on the high end, because it's not a perfect science to get the exact same ideal number of kids in each of the 3 schools, right? And then same thing with the grade levels, you're going to have larger cohorts of kids. This incoming kindergarten class is particularly large and then also particularly needy. So that's going to be interesting, just in terms of, again, making sure that we've got the right number of teachers in the right buildings to handle that. You're doing great.
Another chart. So what we did was we took the 4 years of budget information and we divided it into people and not people, because when we put the people in, they take over the whole chart and you can't see the other things. So this is a representation of all the non-personnel expenses with the amounts in there. And there's actually graphic representation of that we can share. So these are the other bits that make up the operating budgets, and you can see the differences in those here. This chart.
What's driving the contractual services?
Contracted services, I think some of that you'll hear similar to what Jen was talking about with the
Is it
software.
stuff? Okay.
Yeah, because that's where software lives, but it's also contractual services or contracted services for operations as well.
Okay.
So maintenance of buildings, if you have 3 people on your maintenance crew, you're going to be contracting out to have some work done.
Okay.
That kind of thing is in there as well. Let's see. Oh, here's our good news. Our subsidy went up. Yay.
Woohoo.
And we don't have Anthem in here because that's really late breaking good news. So here we go into some slides that we've seen, I think, in some of our other presentations. And Jeff, do you want to just click through those and talk about the high level?
Yeah, so we've talked about this a couple of times too. So that the personnel turnover and reallocation of positions. So again, that was that was kind of in the balancing act sometimes, that is dealing with enrollment changes and fluctuations in different phase levels, reducing at the middle school and also 1 classroom teacher at 8 Corners helped us with the additional position, for example, at Wentworth that we needed for an unusually large incoming 5th grade class. So that personnel turnover and reallocation of positions at $366,000. And then some of the other reductions that we were able to make. And then again, what we've done here is we have started with kind of mandatory required positions that are, you know, beyond level services in the sense that these are additional positions that we didn't have in FY '24. The first of which is the 11 additional ed techs for students coming in on IEPs that require one-on-one ed tech services right out of the gate. So, and then as I mentioned before, kind of right under that is in order to maintain our class size targets, particularly at Wentworth, at that additional 1.0 full-time classroom teacher. And then, you know, we noted that, you know, we have essentially one librarian for half the district, virtually half the grades in the district, K through 5. It's, you know, what our librarians do. It's not like you're just in the library, right? First of all, there's 4 of them. You know, second of all, you are really connecting and engaging with teachers. You are not just, you know, so you've got classes that are coming into you, your team teaching with a classroom teacher, and then you're also going out to the classroom as well. So there's, it's very much an integral part of our literacy programming, of our engaging kids in reading and all of those services. It's very much a, you know, part of the instructional program, you know, so being able to, and that position has really been a budget ask that has either been in an unmet need for, I want to say at least 6 or 7 years, potentially even longer than that. So that is not a new request.
Can I ask a question about
Yeah.
the Wentworth teacher again, just to understand better? So my understanding that you guys had shared was that, you know, it's hard to make sure you're optimizing those classroom sizes because you have these cohorts of kids that are big. So
yeah,
next year we're adding 1 teacher to address a cohort issue. And is it 4th grade at Wentworth?
Fifth, yeah.
So
That group is gonna go.
It's like a
yeah,
bubble
so then do you
class.
next year, are we adding a 6th grade teacher and then a 7th grade? Like, where do
We will
we?
have to reduce the teacher to that.
Right, it depends. I mean, there is a difference particularly when you go from 5th into 6th grade, you know, because, you know, 6th grade's a little different, you know, two teacher teams into 4, you know, into multiple teacher teams. So it does start to change when you get in middle school, but the concept is the same when you get these, I always call it the bubble class, right? You get these bubble classes that just kind of work their way through. Right, and you've got to account for it, and you start printing the diplomas early too. You know, we got like extra diplomas or whatever. But no, like it's just different in how you schedule a building as kids go through. But
And
there,
part of your process annually is you're kind of looking at that and then trying to move.
that's one of
where
the
you can.
right. So every single budget year, one of the first things you're looking at is enrollment through the district. And your problem solving as a district administrative team, you know, how are we going to most efficiently use our resources to deal with, you know, the outlier classes? And sometimes it's, you know, like in middle school, the perfect example. It's hard to take away 2 classroom positions, right? But we had 2 back-to-back pretty small classes. You know, and then that's going to impact the high school a little bit. And then sometimes you've got that big bubble class that's coming right in behind it. And now you've got to creatively and proactively, you know, address those changes in enrollment. But
The enrollment change is roughly 35 kids per year. Is that the total in the system? Are you doing the numbers correctly?
it can be all over. I mean, you can go from and sometimes you'll go from an unusually small class that's maybe 20 or 30 kids less than the one right before it. And then the one right behind it is 20 or 30 kids larger than your average, right? I mean, it's just, you're not always going to get that perfect even number.
I understand that, but I'm just using your numbers. When I looked at the chart, it looked to me like the enrollment is sort of projected to grow by 34 kids a year for the entire system. And I take your point that if there are middle schoolers, then that creates a bubble that's going to move through the system.
Yep.
This budget, the average cost is 20 grand a kid. So if you spent the full amount of it, if you just assume that cost per kid was linear, that would generate about a $688,000 increase in cost. I'm just trying to gain some perspective here to say, okay, we've talked about this in the cost to serve model and so forth. So I'm trying to give you some sense of when somebody who's not involved in this in the day-to-day steps back and looks at some of these numbers. I look back to this chart and I see the actual aim for K through 2 was 16 to 20. It looks like we hit 16.4. 3 to 5, the aim is 18 to 22. We're at 19.5. 6 to 8, the aim is 20 to 24. We're at 21.6, and 20 to 24 in the high school, and we're at 14.6.
Yeah.
So what I'm suggesting here is that your own numbers are saying to me that we are on the left-hand side of the continuum, both in terms of gross enrollment numbers and class sizes, with the exception of the bubbles. And so I guess what I'm saying is I don't see and so I look at this and I say, I see what you're asking for in terms of new people, which is the entire cost of educating 20 more kids. You're asking for about 688,000, and that would be $20,000 per new kid projected into the system. And then on top of that, we got a pretty stiff capital budget, which we really haven't discussed yet. And so I'm just saying, I understand your point of view.
Well, okay, so enrollment and class size is one thing. We haven't talked about students with special needs, which when a child's on an IEP, it's on average twice as much as a child who is not. So it's beyond just class size. Class size is just class size, number of kids in a class, right? I mean, and there are targets for that, starting at kindergarten and going all the way up through. So we're within, so I'm talking about staying within the class size target. So that's one dimension here. The other dimension here that I'm referring to is, roughly 20,000 per kid is wildly variable based on the child's needs.
So,
and that's part of this first, the incoming special education students, our incoming kindergarten. That's not about reducing class size. We're not investing in teachers so that we can have fewer kids in a class. That's about supporting specific kids who are on individualized educational plans.
Did I hear correctly that 22% of the kids in Scarborough have some kind of special need? I thought I heard some statistic that was presented when I went to the school board.
That's about right, yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So that's approaching 1 in 4 kids in town.
Well, John and I have 4 kids together, and my daughter has a lot of IEP support, so that sounds pretty accurate.
I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying.
And
I'm just saying, I don't have any children in school.
And Don, that's
new to me.
Yeah, and if you were to look at all the SAUs across Maine, that's pretty average, maybe even a little below average on the low end.
Okay.
Well, and also being on an IEP has such a spectrum, right? Like most people may assume it's somebody, like we know these 11 ed techs are needed for students that require significant one-on-one attention. But, you can be in an IEP for something that is much less, needed. So I think sometimes that 25% is a little misleading because it's a range of needs.
Services.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Well,
I find it's interesting when we talk about, one of the discussions we've had a lot are, what's mandatory, what's required, what do we mean by that? And so an IEP is a legal contract that says, you know, you will provide these services. It's agreed by the team that surrounds that child and supports that child. But then I think in a broader sense, well, we're also mandated to put them on a bus. We're also mandated to feed them, you know, so I worry that we use that word like in a narrow sense of, we have a written contract under the federal IDEA statute, but we also have other sort of
Right.
contractual obligations, if you will.
So have those needs increased from 24 to 25 in that specific category?
Yeah, and well, in this specific case with incoming kindergartners, I mean, these children have never been in the Scarborough school yet, right? And so, and again, the supports that they require entering into school could be different in a year or 2 years, and it's going to be individualized, right? And that's the part of students who have individualized needs, right? So that doesn't stay in perpetuity, you know, and we, you know, there are so many examples of students who come in with a wide range of needs and are provided the supports, and then over time, that starts to get peeled back. And so, you know, at any rate, though, as Kate was mentioning, these are services, you know, that become essentially a legal contract that we are obligated to provide.
So where are we here? Let's see.
I'm dropping the ball.
That's a question just for clarification. So the last slide just had I think in one of your reductions, it was 366,000 for personnel turnover. So those are positions that, for whatever reason, you had a high school teacher wasn't needed anymore, you reduced that position. And then the
Yeah,
next
so-
slide is where you're adding positions, right? So it's not, there's no net analysis there necessarily. It's just.
There's only a net analysis in one of the summary slides.
Okay. I just wanted to clear,
Yeah.
I've seen that slide and that figure a
Yeah,
few times. I just
so
want to make sure I understood
the
it.
three
Okay.
hundred and 66 is actually 3 FTEs.
Okay.
And, you know, we're not laying people off.
Right.
We are taking advantage of retirements and resignations in those situations.
Okay, just wanted for, yeah, very.
And then, yeah, so then you, that's your, actually, the chart that Tom really likes is this pretty colored one.
Because it's simple, just like me.
This one that, it starts with FY 24.
Yeah.
What was approved, it goes through level services where we just say, here's what things cost, then it has the reductions. And in this case, it's specifically the personnel reductions. And then it starts talking about what is added, and in each of these little color blocks, you get the impact of that individual investment on the net budget, on the gross budget, on the net budget. And you get the priorities, the prioritization of the leadership team in terms of what was the top priority and then on down.
How is it, how are the priorities reflected here? Just in the,
Just in the
The number?
order of the ads. basically.
Yeah.
And it's not like, you know, we're casting votes, but we do, you know, we do run through a bunch of different exercises to determine. Not to go off on a tangent, but each leadership person comes to the table and says, I need this thing this year. And so we put them all into a bucket, and as a K-12 leadership team, we go through with the lens of the entire district and figure out what we think we want to bring forward.
okay, it's right. I personally like this just because you can see the real building blocks and makes them. Yeah, you can evaluate the impact of each.
Pretty. All right, now I lost the clicker.
I got it back. Yeah. So it does start out with mandatory required additional positions as mentioned. And then again, like this is a needs-based budget. These are critical positions to support kids. So we're also proposing two early intervention teachers at Eight Corners and Pleasant Hill. So we have an intervention teacher at Blue Point, which is an identified Title I school. So they were able to benefit from an additional position to support kids. And then specialized academic support and addressing learning gaps. And this is the Wentworth School, as well as middle school. This is actually the student support lead teacher, making that, you know, essentially a full-time position.
So to correlate to this, each of these bullet points represents one of the building blocks.
Correct.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Right. And that number, right, Kate, just because that, a question I've been asked, is that number, for example, the 94,000 includes salary and benefits?
That's correct, yeah.
Right.
So that is an estimated salary based on the average of all of the teachers that we currently have, if it's a teacher position, and the average benefits based on, you know, what our costs are and what folks would take. And on the second to last page of this wonderful chart that we all love, there's a red line drawn that says, this is what we've put into the budget. This is what we agree as a leadership team that we want to bring forward. And that tells you a few summaries. And then the last page are the two items that were proposed that were not brought forward. So we have a slide for that.
But just to be clear, level 10, which is second to last page, does not reflect what was delivered to you this evening.
True, true.
None of it does, but none of them do.
Oh, go back to that one. That's a great slide.
Right. Yeah.
We like that.
I mean, frankly, it would be reflected in here first and carried through. You know what I mean?
So yeah, that slide is just basically a recap of what's at the bottom of the fancy colored worksheet that you have. And the next slide is we were trying to be like a town department, which is sometimes a little hard for us because we're so weird and we're just doing our own thing over here. But we did, you know, reflect on the community survey. There were a couple of questions in the community survey around education, around the school department, and the town council's goals. And then, you know, of course, that facilities thing is just uppermost in our mind. And, you know, your focus on the capital budget and how we're maintaining our infrastructure and, you know, the big building project elephant in the room is in those thoughts as well. We could talk for a long time about CIP. One of the handouts that I gave you, I think the last one maybe is a big piece that's at the very back of our budget book. I think it's like the end of the appendix. But I like that one because it tells you in a lot more detail rather than some of the summary stuff that's in the main part of the budget book. It tells you in more detail what exactly all those projects and equipment pieces are. And I know that's a place that you folks wanted to do some digging.
One, a couple questions. Why, and I know this was an issue last year, so I'm asking this question so that we can get ahead of it. Why don't we have a line item for the new school? I know we don't know a number in the CIP.
What we have for the new school is $500,000 for under long-range planning, which is a ballpark, a really ballpark estimate of what Harriman told us when the referendum failed, what we should plan to have on hand in order to allow a consultant, an architect, an engineer, to kind of retrofit the existing work that had been done to a new site, potentially a new building solution, you know, so there's that. There is also $85,000 in long-range planning for a project to design secure entrances for Eight Corner School and Pleasant Hill School. Blue Point School does have a pretty nicely designed front foyer vestibule. And so the tough part with our capital budget this year is that we've got these sort of parallel tracks going on, like, oh, should we be doing this work over here on Pleasant Hill and Eight Corners, because they're, you know, we've got kids in there and they have needs, and should we be waiting to see what's the next thing that happens? And for the past couple of years, we've been in that waiting mode. And why would we put good money into old buildings if we're not going to be using them? So, initially our hope was when we were building this, our hope was that we would have a little bit more direction before second reading as to what we could maybe potentially take out, or as Karen says, what if we defer this until we know more? So those are the kind of conversations we're expecting to have.
I think for me,
But-
what I'm trying to get at is like, I feel like even if it's just a placeholder with no dollar value, we need to see new school solution with a TBD somewhere in the CIP so that we can just have all the information in the CIP. Because I think what's happened in the past, it became an issue, I think by policy or something, by not having a number in there. And so I don't need a number right now, but why aren't we at least in the material, making it clear, because the public's gonna get this, they're gonna look at it, they're gonna say, where's the new school? And while I understand we don't have a number, I feel like we need to
There's a
have,
policy question, I guess, or it's the legal question, Tom, if we had a vote last year that said we were an amount of money in the budget for the building project as it stood at that time, that passed the council, it passed the board. Where does that live? Like, does that exist in our capital budget history, or is it evaporated because the referendum didn't go?
I think it exists in the history. It was part of the approved budget for FY '24.
So there's gotta be a way for us to maybe represent it that way. So, because we have a number that everybody said, okay, this is the number today,
I just feel like we're missing, maybe it's not even on the chart, it's just like some sort of,
Yeah, I
hey,
mean,
we're working on this, we don't have the
Asterisk.
number.
Yeah, because I think the problem is you don't know what it is, right?
Yeah.
We have no idea what that committee is coming up with, and they've just asked for an extension. So to Kate's point, where we had hoped to have an answer before second reading, we're not getting that
But what I,
likely.
what I
But-
think I'm
But their
hearing,
work wouldn't produce
A
enough
number anyway.
information.
No,
for
no, it would just
Yeah.
produce something that we would know
Yeah.
what we're working
Yeah.
with, and we don't have that at all.
but I
but-
think what I hear is, just adding a line, we know that something's coming, we don't know what it is, but just having the line in there of a school solution.
Yeah, and maybe it's not even adding a line, maybe it's just putting some narrative in the budget, the
Yeah.
final budget book that just says, we didn't include anything because we're working on it. And so that's why you don't see it.
That it was approved in FY '24.
Yeah, I mean, it strikes me in a capital document, planning document, the reason you include those out years is for line of sight kind of awareness. Things get refined, the number, it gets better or different. It might shift, within that, within the timeframes. This is from a line of sight or awareness and transparency, this is it'd be the worst kept secret. I think everyone knows that there was a big number looming out there. So
Yeah.
I don't think we've lost anything in that regard. And because it requires, well, yeah, so I guess I'll stop there.
Is there a reason not to?
We can put anything we want in our budget documents, right?
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't be taking a vote on a number.
No.
But why don't you guys think about how you'd like to see that represented? I mean, I think there's any number of ways we could do that.
If it's TBD, if there's no dollar amount, I'm not sure what purpose it serves, but
Like,
Myself.
don't forget, there's.
Well, I just.
and
I
does
mean,
it
we
show
all
up
know-
in?
We all know what's going on, but for somebody who gets this, looks at
Yeah,
it,
fair enough.
that's my concern is they're gonna say, why is there a new number? And that was the question we got last year. And
then we
so,
Put the number in.
so I just want to make
Well,
sure
I
we
don't like
learned from the past. Let's not repeat the same mistakes as last time. Let's just be transparent. My perspective would be maybe just as we finalize the budget when it's posted, make sure that there's a footnote comment or something that just says this deliberately excludes it because it's being worked through or
I wonder if
something.
there's a way to get to what you're saying, and I don't know, I'm gonna look to Kate and Tom. Can you, and Norm, I guess, can you asterisk the 500,000? And down at the
that's what-
footnote,
narrative.
that asterisk means
That once we have that
a plan.
information, then there will be a number
A
in an
larger number.
ensuing year.
And you
Right,
could say
right.
it is to be expected that within this 5-year outlook, that there will be a school solution.
Yeah.
Right.
Um,
Right.
And then it's tied to the 500,000, which then indicates what that's for, right? Then you're kind of tying it all together.
I think that's a good idea. I think that's just like a friendly edit to the
Yeah.
budget book.
Sure.
But going back to the long-range planning, is that something that's, school impact fees could be used for versus the appropriating? Because I think that would be another $500,000 that,
I don't believe we have sufficient impact fees to cover the full cost of that. I'll work with Norm to look back at those numbers.
what about capital reserves?
Certainly, it would be appropriate there. This is one of those that we mentioned probably 3 hours ago in our discussions, but this is something that we could fund upfront with reserves or appropriations and then pay ourselves back if we choose to. Because there's no doubt in my mind, something has to be done. This will materialize into a major capital project that is bonded.
I'm just thinking about our bottom line and if we can
Right.
use reserves to get another $500,000 added to this sheet because we're funding it through reserves.
Right.
I think that gets us very close to the 1.2 million goal that we need to get
Right.
to. And it's not, it doesn't, it's just a different color money, but the good news is that it doesn't go to taxpayers.
Kate, can you confirm that there still is an $800,000 capital reserve account that exists that's not being used, proposed to be used at this point to
That's
support
correct,
capital?
on the school side, yeah, and part of our conversations, it's actually like a smidge under 800,000.
Okay.
For all practical purposes, it's 800,000.
Is that after funding the buses?
We did not propose to fund buses in this year's budget. But we're funding them, sorry, this year and next year. In FY '24, we're paying for buses with that money.
Okay.
But after we pay for those buses, then we added another $800,000. When we were talking about it in our finance committee, when we were getting ready to put this out, it was really that worry of, we didn't know what the future was going to hold for those, for the K-2 schools. And particularly if the building project, whatever it looks like, is not off the ground and in place in time for that boom that we're expecting in enrollment, which it doesn't seem like it's going to be, then there's got to be some kind of interim solution, right? Like you've got to, find room for if that enrollment bubble materializes. So those were kind of the things that we were floating around in our own finance committee of like the potential uses for that money.
And that's 2027 when you expect those students?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Not that far away, oddly enough.
So it would need to be considered in FY 26, right?
Right. Right. So, yeah, so, I mean, Freyla says we have to spend it on buses because we spent it on buses last year. We all decided buses were the way to go. But when we built this budget for this year, we deliberately said, no, let's keep that aside to maybe tackle some of these issues.
Well, there are 3 buses in there.
They're supposed to be bonded.
That's right, they are proposed to be bonded.
Right.
Or if there's room to use impact fees.
Or maybe a combination.
Yeah, like if we can get there, even if it's a 3-way combo with some appropriation, like maybe the 85,000 for the security
Well,
pieces could be
yeah.
reserve or something. Like I think there's
Yeah.
options.
I know Norm's looked at that. We can look at it again and work with Kate and come back to you at one of your future meetings.
And I think just the guidance we gave to Public Works, which I think extends to every department, is, when we were looking at bonding, even knowing that it's not dollar for dollar, but if there's flexibility to potentially move things around or shift things, I think we'd be interested as the process proceeds to know like what's on the table or what's options for the school that could potentially help with some savings. Again, it's not as simple as we were just told previously, that you can't just take one capital thing, move it, and all of a sudden you're getting X dollars. It depends on the time that we're bonding and the principal and how that all works. So I don't know in your budget, like what's long-term versus short-term, where again, if there's short-term things we can shift, that's probably going to be more savings than something that's 30 years. So again, if there's some options there for the finance committee to dig into to see if are there any ways to kind of get more savings potentially by looking at your CIP and all the bonding and timing?
So you're talking about items that are slated to be bonded, but then future debt service, right?
Yeah.
Can you tell me about replacing athletic equipment? I mean, I can read what's here, 601, 874. What are we replacing?
Actually, there, 500,000 of that is our fervent hope to finish the track replacement on the Kippy Mitchell athletic complex. The rest is just small stuff, soccer goals and things, and it's in that detailed item.
That 500,000 is a piece of the.
That's a piece of the
Yeah.
project
The
that
rest
was
of it
started,
comes
that
from-
was approved 2 years ago that we haven't been able to afford.
Yeah.
Between COVID and labor and.
And by finish the track, what does that mean? Does it only go halfway around?
No, we have.
Finish the project.
We have a track and turf.
We have a brand new
right?
turf.
So we were
Not new
approved,
track.
we were approved for funding in the budget 2 years ago to replace the turf and track as one big project. And, oh my gosh, complicated story, right? So the first thing that happened was that in the building, with the building committee, there was a proposal that perhaps a school would be sited there. We would put a new school right on this campus. So then, we're saying, okay, well, we're not gonna build a new athletic complex and then tear it down and put a new school on top of it. So we deferred the full project. Then we replaced the turf alone because it was unsafe and left the track. But the remaining funds that we have available to replace the tracks, which is now not in the greatest of shape, and it's not getting better, were not sufficient to finish the job because so many years had passed and the prices had gone up.
So is the $500,000 in addition to what the voters have already
What we
approved?
already have, which is about $1.5 million left from the old project.
How does that work, Tom? Like that just,
What's that? I'm sorry.
so if we went to the voters asking for $1.9 million, got approval, now we're adding $500,000, there's something there that's just not sitting with me well.
My sense of it was that it, and I don't know if this would sit with you well either, but would be segments of the job that were not the core of the project, like putting the fencing around the outside of the track after it was done. It was part of the original design, but maybe not necessarily to the core of the design. And, we may want to look at it a different way. We may want to call it out in a different way. And, Tom and I had already talked about that a little bit, about the way that it shows in the chart, the one summary chart. It's not clear as to what that's about.
Yeah, I think at the very least you ought to provide more kind of laser focus and clarity that that's part of this, because it was a voter approved and it was kind of a big deal at the time.
Yeah.
I guess I would like to think more about that question.
Yeah, like, it feels like if we ever go to bond and ask for something and then we have to increase our ask, to me, it feels like we're going back saying, hey, it's not 1.9, we actually need your support for 2.4. Like, is that it? I get, we changed our,
It became a different thing.
yeah, and I guess my question would be,
Track.
yeah, like, is that, not that I want to, but it just feels like we went out asking for something, they gave us approval. Now we're adding stuff in the CIP, which to me, again, it just process-wise isn't sitting right with me.
No, I completely understand. Can we go back to that plot of land? And there was some thought that you could actually build a school on that spot?
That was what the committee was considering at the time.
Yeah, and what was wrong with it? I'm just curious. I mean, I'm not-
Well, there's myriad of problems. You would have to have gone all the way essentially from the football field, all the way, take tennis courts, basketball courts, everything to the road. So that's problem number one, because there is some of that land that can't be developed for free in that area. Number two, the traffic that is already existed on the municipal campus is pretty extreme, including the middle school entryway that has one entrance in and one entrance out.
I see.
And so dropping a school there adds an absorbent amount of traffic in an area that's already pretty congested as
Sure.
it stands.
On top of the fact that the site really wasn't big enough.
Well, and you'd have
And then on
to
top of the site, and then on top of the issue that we have a athletic complex there that quite frankly is very beloved in this community. And I think that was the loudest voice we heard really was from the people that did not want that athletic complex to be anywhere else. The schools use it for PE. The high school kids are able to walk over after school, et cetera, et cetera. The football games on Friday night for the entire community are right there. So that is a beloved area. And I think that was really the loudest voice.
Although there was a moment when the athletic director thought he might get a whole new complex.
I also thought we were gonna get a whole new complex.
But that's a whole nother.
And honestly, part of the reason I asked is
Billion
because there is discussion about a community center, which would include a pool and a lot of other things which would be relevant and consistent with the general purpose of that. And so what I'm hearing from you is we've got, what, $1 million in the bank, and we're looking for another $500,000 to finish the track. And one of the reasons why you put it off before was because there was at least the possibility of a potential use of that land. And what I'm suggesting to you, at least in the form of a question, is, when I look at it and I hear that we may at some point be faced with a choice maybe between a community center and a school, because we have to set some priorities, that thinking about whether or not we might want to endure a crummy track for another year and achieve this budget goal with an eye towards the future might make some sense. That's just
Well, I would suggest.
one guy who's only been around for a little while.
I would suggest though, and I think I'm not gonna say this, I don't want you to take this as being disrespectful, but what was really helpful, I think, for a lot of the community to understand the condition of the turf is to go actually and take a tour with Mike Legage, who is our athletic director. And I would encourage you to do the same for the track because it's actually not in great shape and it's really at a point where we could have injuries and that's not safe either, right? So, but it's hard to explain that until you can look at it yourself, right? I know you got some letters, some wonderful letters from what were students, right? They were advocating on behalf of the track. So I know you've seen some really good photos. Yeah, they were really good, right? It's showing photos and explaining the condition of the track, but I definitely think that might be something that's worthwhile.
I will speak up on that as well. I like to run. So when my son's off at karate, I'll head over to the track and do several laps while he's away. And I myself have to switch lanes to not twist my ankle.
Right.
Pardon? And so, I'm thinking about those kids. I don't know with track, if they have to stay in the lanes or they can kind of all consolidate down into that first lane, but I will definitely agree that it's pretty worn and lots of divots.
Well, we don't want people to get hurt.
Right.
So I do not foresee anything going there. A community center is not going there. No one is going to support a school going there. My opinion is, this was voter approved. The longer we put it off, the more expensive it's going to be out of your budget. So I feel the opposite where I'm like, let's fix this. Let's pay for it now. Voters said, we want you to do it. They probably would have approved it if you had asked for more at the time. You asked for what you needed for at that time. I personally feel bad that you're digging into your own budget, cover something that, unfortunately, it's now costs more.
Yeah.
Well, and it's 3 years later now, so, that's one of the reasons. And part of the delay was also, that second year. So we did the turf, and then that second year was designed to be, okay, now we'll figure out the timing to do the track. And there were no one was available
No one would bid on the job.
to bid on the job and do the work. And so that was, again, like a situation that was certainly out of our control and out of ultimately the voters' control, right? And led to, this where we are now, which is still I mean, the turf, which is awesome, and actually came in under what we had originally budgeted by a little bit. And then still the track and the same, obviously slightly worse condition because now it's 3 years older.
I agree with Karen. It needs to get done. I think my concern is like the process and the public response to the fact that we're asking for $500,000 more than they approved.
Well, they can pay attention to the process and vote no on the budget and say, we don't approve the school budget because you guys are using it towards the track, right?
Which I'm concerned that could
Don't
be
think any-
something that could make it fail. Yeah, and that's the
I
concern.
don't see that happening at all. I guess I'm not a resident besides before coming here that dove into a budget like that.
My recollection, I should verify this, but is that the request through the CIP back originally was for a higher number of 2.4 is the number sticks in my mind, and I don't remember how it got down to 1.9. Clearly, that was not enough to execute the project.
Right, for sure.
All right. Are there any more slides or are we at the point?
I
know
think
we're
we have one, just another summary of what's in the capital plan. There are only 3 items in the capital budget for the school department that are officially new asks. So that was something that you wanted us to call out in case this was something that could be deferred or removed from our budget. So those are the 3 items that are in FY25 that are not to either replace or repair something that already exists.
I should know the answer to this, but the mower, I didn't realize that you actually provide exterior maintenance. I thought that was all through community services.
We do some and they do some, and we do share equipment. And one of the things Tom mentioned at one point when we were looking at capital was that community services was looking for some equipment as well. So we may have an opportunity to kind of
Yeah, we'll touch on that
compare
tomorrow.
what it is that what they're looking for. And see if we can find something that would work for both. The rough terrain mower is actually really cool, not to be a nerd, but it's like a robot mower thing. So that a human being doesn't have to sit on it, and go sideways down the side of a hill through. It's like one of those bush hog things, but it's more, it can tip.
So like remote control.
It's remote control, yeah. So that I'm not riding on it and falling off and breaking my shoulder because I would. That's who I am.
Slings or anything.
I'm not, I know, right? Don't talk about it. I can't come through budget season without some sort of fast on me. And the last one, the request on the template was, what did we not include? On the fancy color chart that we've all loved with the color blocks, it does not include the speech language specialist, which is included on this slide. That came up during our budget workshops with the board. We had originally not put it in the budget, but then there was some discussion about the incoming K students. So in conjunction with all the special ed conversations we had, there's not a proposal to increase staff. But it became a little bit of a worry as we were looking at those students coming in and what services they were going to need. Right now, we're proposing to make do with the stuff that we currently have.
And I'm gonna scoot in right behind her and ask you to consider it. That hours, the number of hours right now are about 48 hours per week that position, that's more than a full time. So our worry on the board side, from the board's perspective, or at least a few of our board members are concerned with the level of, if we leave that unmet, what that's going to mean for the students and the needs that are already there. So.
And there's a lot of uncertainty around students until we have them in-house and see, what they have accomplished in the time since we met them. And speech services is something that at the K level is very common. But then as you progress through, and, you've received those services, sometimes it's articulation, sometimes it's something, very fundamental, where a student needs services for a short period of time and then they effectively graduate from that need. So it's a little bit of a delicate science to figure out what those students are actually going to need. But I think this is the last one.
Great. So any comments, questions, thoughts that you guys want to share, Karen?
Just looking at this last unfunded investments, you don't have a cost next to like the increased speech language specialist.
Oh, so if I were putting it in, I would use that same $94,000. That's the average cost of a professional staff member. And each one of these would be a single teacher position. So you could put a 94,000 next to that.
I mean, I don't have a lot of comments about your presentation and your budget. I think it looks good. I am a big supporter of schools. And as I said, I have a child in special ed, so I appreciate what goes behind that and the cost that it incurs running a special ed program. When I look at the unfunded, with the increased specialists, I'm familiar, and I look at you having a kindergarten class coming in already with 11 ed techs, and I worry that, that's something that you're going to need. When my child was in kindergarten, I remember other parents saying, oh, you have to wait all this time to see a specialist. And people move to Scarborough for a certain reason. And I think we have a reputation for special ed. And, I worry, again, with the increasing size of the kindergartners, just the enrollment, that this will be a need and not an ask and a want. So that, to me, I would love to see that in there for you guys.
You're good? So I am generally supportive too. However, I'm also being practical and pragmatic that we have a goal to hit. And so I think there's still more work to be done on the school side. I think we talked about some of those things. I think the CIP is probably the place to focus, mostly around seeing if we can use different monies. Again, the athletic equipment thing, it's still not sitting well with me. I need to think about it a little bit more. I don't think that's not about getting to the goal. That's more about, to me, the optics of, increasing an ask that we had asked voters to do. So I need to contend with that one a little bit personally. For the FTE piece, like if one STEM teacher is important, I think you guys have enough FTE requests and enough open positions that I'm hoping you can look at everything collectively and figure out what your priorities are to try and keep the FTE level, or even in some places, I think there probably is some room to potentially push some teachers out, or some of the not the mandatory positions, but some of the, however you guys describe them as new programming. So I think there's room. The other piece that I would like the finance committee potentially to discuss and us to better understand, because we're going to be having a conversation about fund balance at some point on the town side. I think you guys still have a good fund balance left, even with the 1.1 million or how much ever you guys are contributing to the revenue side.
We had 2.1 million at the end of fiscal year 23. And we're using 1.5 million in this year's budget.
So you have a delta of 600,000 kind of still there. So I think just understanding, I saw a chart that you guys had where that was on the higher end of what you guys retain. And so better understanding, is there a wiggle room there to contribute a little bit more, or why we need to retain that 600? And again, we don't have to answer that today, but I think it's part of the broader fund balance conversation that we're gonna need to have about. We're saying we're gonna contribute 900,000, you guys are contributing 1.5, which I think is standard, but there's more room there if we wanted to try and look to that to help get to our goal. And that's not cutting.
That's one of the asks that we have on our side as well, to understand the use of fund balance and how much we've generated over the years. So
okay,
that's a chart that I've been carrying on for a long time, and I just need a little time to update it. Did you say that we were having joint finance?
I think we have one scheduled that's optional in the first week of May.
May 1st, I think it is.
Yeah, May 1st. So this was gonna be before, I don't think it's on the calendars yet. We need to get it on there, but that was if we needed it. We kind of said, let's put it on there as a temporary meeting, but I think we should probably.
Is it for full board, full council? Is that the one I'm thinking of?
This was
or
just
is it-
finance committee. And then I think the following week is the actual joint workshop.
So that's May 1st.
May
Yeah.
1st is a joint.
Yes.
Okay.
I beg your pardon.
Maybe we meet after the joint workshop. I think we tried to make it so we're getting all the feedback. And then we can meet together, consider all the feedback, and then hopefully get our final recommendations in place before people have to take action.
I have some notes about like some outstanding questions that I've been plugging away at, but if there are other things besides what's like, I'll go on the chart there that where we're gathering all this information
Mhm.
in leading up to that conversation, if they're like big stuff
Mhm.
that you want me to produce.
I would say for us and for the council, what we're trying to get everybody to do is put their questions in that
In the
sheet that
yeah,
I think you have access to. So I would just,
just work from that.
yeah, we'll continue to add stuff there, and I think Carolyn, you have access to it, and
And Councilors Anderson and Shoup, we're gonna cut off your access.
yeah, okay, good.
Way too
I'm
far.
done. I'm done.
No, it was funny. I happened to be in there and I marveled at how quickly you type. It was like rapping. I was like, oh boy, here we go.
Well, thank you guys so much for coming and, you know, educating us, but also hopefully, you know, looking forward to the next session to kind of see where we land. And Kate, if you can keep bringing surprises, that would be amazing.
I'm thinking I am a magical unicorn, but
I want some surprises. I need some surprises from you.
I have your tap down and your magic.
We're a stable of unicorns.
I'm a stable of magic.
Not a magician.
All right, thanks, everyone.
Thank
Wait, can I get a motion to adjourn? All those in favor?
Yes.
Do we have to do that? I don't know. We did.
Good job.
15 minutes.